Okay, we're ready to go. We're ready to make this happen. But before I make it happen, I gotta press some buttons. Like that button. Oh god, and the other thing I need to do is show you. That is the AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian video. That's the thumbnail for it, right? Just so you know. All right, so what do we got here? We're at 21% of the donut goal, which is pretty good for starting off, and pretty good considering how I've started off. What a wreck that I am today, chat. So thank you for donating. Those of you who have donated. Also, yeah, so we got Brianna Wu Leaves the Left, which is like an article that she wrote. I fear that progressivism has become the very thing that we fought against. My fellow leftists are betraying our Jewish allies. That's what that content is. That is Brianna Wu Leaves the Left is mostly about. Also a little bit about her getting mad at Chud Logic. I'll throw that in for free. If we pick that, we got breathing into your balls. What is that about? Where's the balls? Let me give you a little example of what that breathing into your balls is all about. This guy is going to teach you.
The dance of the testes. Cold energy is being produced in the testes and must be mixed with the other energies of the body, the various organs, until it comes back warm energy. From there, it's your job to move it up. Choose a position and focus on your testicles. With your imagination, you want to will that they rise on an inhale.
So there's your breathe into your balls. That's what that's about. We've got MTG versus Laura Loomer.
Marjorie Greene is probably more sane than Laura Loomer. Arrived in Pennsylvania for the debate. I don't necessarily know if she helped him, but the fact that she's on a plane with Trump, not necessarily.
So the TLDR is that Laura Loomer has been seen on a plane with Trump wearing a Tim Pool style beanie with MAGA inscribed in it, right? And so because Laura Loomer has gotten close to the Trump, other people who want to be close to the Trump but are scorned because, you know, she's bleeding out of her nose, she's bleeding out of I don't even know where, right? Like Megyn Kelly, they're mad, they're jealous, they're too close to Trump, right? And Megyn Kelly doesn't like it, right? So we got that. But also Laura Loomer's being, oh, I'm sorry, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. I'm mixing up my content. We're talking about MTG and Laura Loomer. We're not talking about Megyn Kelly. I don't know if Megyn Kelly's gone off on Laura Loomer, but Marjorie Taylor Greene has, and actually is calling out Laura Loomer for being racist. And look, when Marjorie Taylor Greene calls you out for being racist, you know you've gone way too far. And indeed, Laura Loomer has this time. So that's what this content is about. Then we've got HAW. I showed you that. I've showed you the breathe into your balls. I showed you the Brianna Wu. This is our bonus content, right? This is our bonus content. This gets unlocked if we hit 100%. We're at 21% now. If we hit 100% by the end of the stream, something will get unlocked. Right now, it looks like chat is voting for Brianna Wu Leaves the Left. It looks like also people are donating for Brianna. No, people are donating for AJW Sims for Anna Kasparian. But not necessarily enough to overcome the lead that Brianna Wu has. There was one other person. Let's see if they're still in chat. Jonathan, if you're still in chat, let me know which of these topics you want to see for bonus content, and I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is. That's right, chat. When you donate, you need to make sure, or if you want to, make sure to let me know which of these topics appeals to you, which of these topics you want to like add your donation to, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. You can also say Vox Populi, which actually undercuts everybody else that's donating for specific content and throws it back to the voters, throws it back to the vote to make the vote count for more and make the donations count for less, if that makes sense. You can also say Fallout New Vegas if you want to see me play video games more often, right? That's how it works. It works whether the donation is in the form of a super chat, super sticker, if you're getting yourself a membership on YouTube, or gifting memberships to other people, if you are signing up for Patreon, or you are donating to the Throne link, which is right there or right there, depending on what stream you're watching me on. That also goes, you can put that money where your mouth is as well. Also on Twitch, any kind of sign up for a sub, a Twitch Prime sub, a discounted September sub, which you can get for yourself for 25% off right now. Or if you're gifting subs to other people, sadly, the gift subs do not get that discount applied to them. But the getting a sub for yourself will be cheaper for this month only. So it's a good time to stock up on subs. There we go. I feel like I've said everything that I need to say. I feel like I've done everything that I need to do. I feel like I need to hit the buttons too. Hit the buttons, hit the buttons, hit the button. Oh my god, why does that not... Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, there we go. And, hit this last button. Sorry for it taking so long, chat, to get us going today. But here we are. Here we are. But no, we're not starting with Mike. We're starting with, I believe, Megyn Kelly. I can find her. Why is this video not on my playlist? Where's Megyn Kelly's aggrieved video? There it is.
She wants to vote.
Okay, so this is Megyn Kelly. What the fuck? Ah. There is more to this than this fucking clip.
I'm allowed to.
So here we got Megyn Kelly. This is a clip. No, New York Post. What is this? Oh my god. Everything's driving me nuts today. We're just gonna have to search it. Megyn Kelly, Taylor Swift. There it is. I was about to say, chat. I was about to say
Taylor Swift just in.
That Megyn Kelly's like title game and thumbnail game seemed more like a title and a thumbnail somebody would make about her rather than a title or a thumbnail she would make for her own video, right? And I thought it was weird. And then I looked down and it's a New York Post video. It's the New York Post. So yeah, it is literally a video by somebody else of Megyn Kelly. Here's the actual video of Megyn Kelly. I'm sorry that YouTube is fucking me over so hard today. She fell off in a lot of ways. Yes, yes. So if you don't know who Megyn Kelly is, she used to be on Fox News. That's where she got famous from, being one of the original, I believe, Fox News. I guess you'd call, you know, her role on Fox News a news model. Now, this is not to undercut her intelligence or, you know, anything else, but this is to state what Fox News looks for in a news host, and it is gorgeous legs, which they will show off on the, you know, when you're on Fox News reading the news, they will show off your legs, blonde hair, and you're white.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That seems to be the rules. That seems to be the rules for Fox News. That seems to be who they're looking for. And Megyn Kelly was, you know, she's been working for Fox forever, right? She then hosted a debate on Fox News when Fox News was anti-Trump, in which she actually asked Donald Trump some hard questions. And she was paid back for that by having Donald Trump talk about her possibly being on her period. And that being the reason that she was, you know, asking tough questions to Donald Trump. That's the famous, she's got blood coming out of her eyes. She's got blood coming out of her nose. She's got blood coming out of her wherever, right? That's what he was implying by that, right? So she, you know, she got on the wrong side of Trump. Trump ended up winning not only the Republican nomination, but the presidential general election as well. And she was kind of on the outside. So she's bounced around to various different places, trying to find a new home. None of those were suitable for her. She didn't really have any traction in any of those places. And so she's ended up doing kind of the Bill O'Reilly thing where she has a YouTube channel. So that's where she's at. She's on her own YouTube channel. And she's trying to make a spicy clip. She's trying to get some attention. She's literally trying to do a cat fight with Taylor Swift in order to get people's attention. And that's where we find her today. This is Emily Jashinsky. I always forget her last name, but I believe from Breaking Points and Rich Lowry on the right.
Endorsed Kamala Harris. Taylor Swift, yeah. She posts a picture of herself with her cat. Would you look at this?
How dare she? Bitch eating crackers.
You can,
Of course.
like, you can kiss your sales to the Republican audience goodbye, Taylor. Hope you enjoyed them while you had them. And this is what she posts. Like many of you, I watched the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now's a great time to do your research on the issues at hand and the stances these candidates take up.
Oh, she didn't sue Fox for sexual harassment. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I think she did. She did talk about, though, her experience with Roger Ailes, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right, Chucky? Yeah, BP Emily. I like her, but I also dislike her. She's better than a lot. She's less annoying than a lot of Republicans, but she is a Republican or a libertarian or something of that nature.
On the topics that
The GOP hate snark, exactly.
most. As a voter, I make sure to watch and read everything I can about the proposed policies.
I'm going to sneeze.
Recently, I was made aware that an AI of me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run was posted to its site, blah, blah, blah. And the simplest way to combat misinformation is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I am voting for Kamala because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she's a
She's a warrior. Come out to play.
steady-handed, gifted leader. And I believe we can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos.
Can you imagine it, the Warriors, but one of the gangs is actually K-Hive? Chat, I forgot about K-Hive. Anyone in chat if you forgot about K-Hive? Anybody else forget about K-Hive? Like, I remember knowing about K-Hive, and then she went from being the vice president to being the candidate, and I forgot about K-Hive. Is that a Taylor Swift song? I feel like Bad Blood is what's going on here. In Asia, no one says anything when you sneeze, like bless you. Yeah, everybody else says, I live in the K-Hive, says Mozart. I can't forget something I never heard of. You never heard of K-Hive. Yeah. So anyway, the fanatics of Kamala Harris were called K-Hive, right? And they were known as for being kind of like, I don't know, centrist? Which is funny because Kamala's, campaign in 2020, she really tried to lean into, making herself appear more on the left because the big threat to her campaign was the fact that she was a former prosecutor. That was a bad look in 2020. It's considered a good look now. So now she's leaning back on that side. But because of that, the K-Hive had a reputation for being like similar to Hillbots, similar to like Elizabeth Warren fans, very, very, kind of centrist, coded, I guess. And also being stans. They were stans, right? That was the other, thing about like Kamala's fans were they were known as being stans. Now I feel like there's so many Kamala supporters that were not part of K-Hive, that were not fans of her when she ran in 2020, were not fans of her, before at all, and that then became fans of her when they fell out of a coconut tree. And everything changed. Everything changed. It's almost like we exist in the context of all that which came before us, but at the same time, we can't let the past. What is it? Don't let the. You're a waltz warrior yourself. Wait, what is the quote? Kamala quote past. Unburdened by the. What can be, unburdened by what has been. Yeah, that actually sounds very Marianne Williams. That actually sounds very like Crystal Mommy, but she's not Marianne Williams, son. She's not a Crystal Mommy.
I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of her running mate, Tim Walz, who has been.
She's mad. Also, look at the subscribe thing. Now, I always thought that Demon Mama's subscribe thing was a little bit cursed, to be real, right? And this is coming from somebody who's been known to use a cat on my own subscribe thing. My own subscribe thing is like a kitty that meows. But Demon Mama's was kind of cursed. It was like a little imp that tries to press the subscribe button, but then the subscribe button disappears and the imp falls down. But look at Megyn Kelly's subscribe button down there.
Been standing up for LGBTQ rights.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good.
IVF and a woman's right to her own body for decades. Oh my God. So this woman is fine.
So you're mad at Taylor Swift for what? Endorsing Kamala, which you knew she was going to do. If you know anything about Taylor Swift at all, This is not a fucking revelation. This is the most obvious thing in the fucking world, right? And yeah, especially after Trump tries to claim Taylor Swift as an endorser through fake AI bullshit, right? You knew this was going to happen, but you are doing the Destiny thing. Look at this. Look at this. Megyn Kelly's doing the Destiny. This is the Destiny. She's doing the Destiny. Like, right, to show you that she's really mad and her brain has been, this wrecked her. This, like, broke her.
With his plan to take custody of the children from parents who don't want them to chop off their body parts. And
that's right. Tim Walz is going to take custody of all of your children. All of your children now belong to Tim Walz.
And put them in Minnesota court's custody so the body parts can be chopped off and they can be sterilized outside the custody of their parents. That's what...
Excuse me? Excuse me? The body parts can be chopped off and then sterilized? So that you don't have chopped off body parts like out there getting together and making babies? What the fuck is she talking about?
Led Taylor Swift to endorse him. Can I tell you something? I criticized her about 6 months ago when she came.
Can I tell you something? I don't think that you're really mad. I don't think that this is actual anger. I don't know what you do to get yourself worked up by this, but I just cannot believe that the most obvious thing in the world, which is that Taylor Swift is a supporter of Kamala Harris, and that the reason that she gave was that she likes Tim Walz as well, that this is actually news to you, A, and B, has like pissed you off like you've never been pissed off before.
Came out strongly.
Or maybe you're pissed off in every single one of your clips because you're like using the Anna Kasparian school of virality.
Favor of she went to a fundraiser to raise money for Hamas, supposedly Palestinians, but the group that was doing the fundraising was known to funnel the money to.
They were like secretly let's funnel that money over to Hamas. I believe you're mixing Hamas up with hummus. That the group would sometimes buy hummus for their fundraisers, right? Hummus and chips. They would. I think you're mixed up, Megyn.
And I said people should boycott her. It was an offhanded comment.
She sounds kind of like an aging alcoholic.
People went nuts. Some lunatic dropped a note in my personal mailbox outside my house begging me not to boycott Taylor Swift, as though I have that power. I'm allowed to criticize.
You went up against the Swifties. That was your first mistake.
Taylor Swift. And I don't give a shit who gets upset.
Yeah, you're allowed to fuck around and find out. It's what you're allowed to do. Look, everybody says that I should be able to criticize Taylor Swift, right? Yeah, I should be able to criticize Dream, okay? I should be able to criticize like a lot of people. I should be able to criticize like, you know, really popular like K-pop bands, right? But if I do, I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. I should be allowed to criticize K-Hive. She's mad at stan culture? This is news to you?
This is disgusting. If she wants to vote Harris Walz, she can do it all she wants. But
she's giving wine mom energy. She's cursing a bit too much for what seems to yeah. Her emotion does not seem real.
Say the reason she's doing it is because of Tim Walz's stance on LGBTQ. F you, Taylor Swift, and F all of the people who want to see these.
She's trying to go viral. Wine mom trying to go viral. I don't even think she's a wine mom. I don't think she's on any wine. I think she's like a freaking Adderall mom.
Children have body parts chopped off and watch.
Yeah, don't fuck with Taylor Swift, Eminem, K-Dot, or Kamala.
Sterilized under the age of consent, and then will ride off to their multi-gazillion-dollar mansions, never to think of them again. Emily,
we gotta get Megyn Kelly and Anna Kasparian in the same room doing content together and both getting pissed off at the same thing. I don't want to see them fight because that would be like too much. And I'm not one of those people that like is looking for a cat fight, but I want to see them both get mad at something and just like feed into each other, fire each other up. You know what I'm talking about? Like where like Anna's anger and inappropriate, disingenuous display of fake emotions becomes a permission structure for Megyn Kelly to increase her. They're both trying to out viral each other. They're both trying to out anger each other. They're both like, you know, gesticulating wildly over something that is just not really that big of a deal.
This is unbelievable. The left.
She sounds like Slim Kelly.
It's mind. She signed it Taylor Swift, childless cat lady.
Oh, how cute. Yeah, I mean, this is exactly, it's not just that she's okay with everything you just described, it's that she actually actively supports it, and yet we can't even get a damn question about things like the radical.
I've not seen Emily act like this before. This is not how she is on breaking points. I don't know if she feels like she has to match Megyn Kelly's energy, but I feel like this is a bad idea. Cindy Prim says Megyn Kelly has bumped her head. I think she bumped Emily's head too.
Or the CNN gender transitions for undocumented immigrants report. We can't even get one question about it, but Taylor Swift is going to get a...
That's not a real question. That's not a real thing. That's not an issue that Americans fucking care about. How many elections do right-wingers have to lose, like thinking that right-wingers like are as virulently transphobic as they are, right? How many elections do they need to lose before they get it into their head that most Americans, although they don't understand trans people, are not moved by this like virulent hatred, right? Most Americans are aware of what a small percentage of the population trans people are, and that, you know, these kind of like, you know, witch hunts are they're not successful.
Applaud.
Thank goodness.
For coming out and endorsing this ticket for the reason of Tim Walz's LGBT policies and Kamala Harris's LGBT policies, which again, if you go
Sabina says Megyn Kelly is just looking for attention. Yeah, she's trying to go viral. I think you're right.
Her website cites very clear.
Yeah, this is what she's doing. She's got her SEO. She's got Taylor Swift, right? That's the SEO, right? That's the keyword, right? And then she just has to get really, really angry to go viral. I mean, look, I'll say this, okay? It is having... She is getting covered. Like, I'm looking right now at a Kyle Kalinske video on her. I just don't know if that's gonna... So that's not like, right, there's a certain kind of virality that you can get. I'm trying to think of how this works, right? If you're a right-winger and you say something that pisses off, I don't know, The View. Yeah. You need to get on The View. You need The View to respond to you. Megyn Kelly is being mean to Taylor Swift. Oh my God, right? If The View says that, then you're going to go viral. Then the right-wingers will see it and they'll be like, haha, The View, haha, you know, right? That'll work, right? But you're getting Kyle Kalinske's attention. And Kyle Kalinske is not going to focus any right-wing... Like, Kyle Kalinske disagreeing with you is not going to make right-wingers, like, notice and agree with you. Because, like I said, for MAGA, Megyn Kelly is persona non grata. Megyn Kelly has been blackballed, right? Megyn Kelly asking hard questions to Donald Trump in that debate ended her. And she's not going to get back in there. And she's trying to use like virulent transphobia. They're chopping off body parts. Your kid goes to school and they come back with body parts missing and they're a different gender. And they're like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. They sent me to the school nurse and I came back like this, right? I'm beautiful. They come back with a glow. They come back with a makeover and a glow up, and they're hottest. They're God,
clearly that the cornerstone of it is basically the Equality Act, which is a radical piece of legislation. The vast majority of the country, the audiences of all of the glossy magazines that are now about to clap for Taylor Swift and Yas Queen her, the people that read those magazines don't like this stuff. They don't know about it because the media won't.
Okay, now listen. As much as Yas Queen culture and what is it? Live, Love, Laugh. And the age of the girl boss, as much as that is cringe, as much as that is over, do you know what else is over? Dunking on that. It's over. You missed your chance. That was like 2 years ago, right? 2 years ago, everybody's dunking on that stuff and calling it chuggy, but it's not even a thing. Like it's gone. You missed it. You missed the train. I'm sorry. You missed your chance.
About it in a debate.
They're eating litter boxes in the cafeteria. It's crunchy.
But Taylor Swift is also doing this, it should be noted, because Brittany Mahomes came out just a few days ago. She's been saying she supports Donald Trump. She liked a Trump post on Instagram, got a ton of heat for it. They were sitting apart from each other at the Chiefs game, and all of the speculation was bubbling up about whether they had broken their friendship over Donald Trump. Then they sat together again at the US Open, and Taylor Swift got all kinds of heat for being friends with a Trump supporter. And now she rolls out an endorsement right after the debate. That is absolutely not a coincidence. It's a calculated public relations move.
This pair, Taylor.
Is it a public relations move or not? Right? Because Megyn Kelly, you're actually disagreeing with Megyn Kelly, and I would love to see you voice that disagreement. Like, look, as much as I don't want to see like Anna Kasparian versus Megyn Kelly cat fight, because that would just be gratuitous. I would love to see like Emily Jashinsky get on the wrong side of like Megyn Kelly in this thing. I would love to see that blow up. But yeah, she disagrees with her, right? Because Megyn Kelly said that like, we'll see what you're gonna do now, Taylor. All of your fans that were conservative are not gonna buy your music anymore. You think that this is a good idea? Ha ha. This is a terrible idea. This is a terrible move for your career. And then Emily's like, I guess it's a career move. I guess she's doing a career move. She was sitting next to a conservative. People thought you're too friendly with a conservative. Now she says, I'm for Kamala. So it must be a public. Which way is it? It can't be both. Either this is good for her career, either this is good for her PR, or it's not. It's mutually exclusive.
And her boyfriend, Travis Kelce, are the epitomes of elite snobs. They both have gazillions
You're
of dollars.
You're too mad.
He doesn't care what happens to these kids, just like he doesn't give a shit what happens to all the young men who take that Pfizer booster he's been pushing.
I'm spooked. I'm scared. Megyn Kelly is supernatural. Like, her eyes should be glowing.
On them. I'm sure he's totally fucking clueless about the myocarditis taking the lives of young men in this country who didn't need the shot to begin with, never mind a booster. Where's Travis Kelce?
They want to give you a booster.
Where's he going to be? Because those are his fans. Where's
oh my God.
When these boys wind
I'm
up
scared.
with heart scarring that causes heart attacks and potentially death, they will be sitting in their mansions in Rhode Island and California and New York and jetting across the world saying, let them.
Is there a drug that you can take to do this to you? I'm serious, chat. Is there a drug that does this? Because there's nothing about this that's organic. There's nothing about this that's natural, right? Is there some sort of a pharmaceutical that you can take to engender this kind of anger? That was somebody said, yeah, speed. I don't know. I don't know if that would do it. Like I said, I joked around about her being an Adderall mom, but I don't actually think that Adderall really makes you. Like, Adderall can make you anxious. Adderall can make you productive. Adderall can make you maybe a little bit too productive, too hyper-focused, too into something, you know? Like, it can make you so your mind works so fast that other people can't track with you, like Destiny. But I don't know if it. I don't think it does this. Does it? Whiskey? No, because she'd be sloppy. She's not sloppy. What kind of drug does this? What is she on?
Eat cake because they'll be bathing themselves in their own sanctimony, too obsessed with their money and their concerts and their football games to have a thought for those they've hurt. Okay. It's just another night after.
The other thing too is that like she's got all this smoke for the for the vaccine like 2 years too late. Everything about this show is like it's miscalculated, right? The QAnon weirdo conspiracy ants were like this 2 years ago. At this point, the country has like moved on. They hate her for endorsing Biden 4 years ago. Megyn sounds desperate. She does seem to be going viral. I agree with that. I agree with the desperation.
After a regular debate hosted by regular moderators in a regular media world, Emily and Rich,
I thought you started
love you guys.
hot at the beginning, Megyn, but really you saved it for the end.
Okay, I want more. Like, Megyn Kelly is now my drug.
Hey,
Can we also call her Megyn Kelly? It's really funny though, like how much she used to be a like MAGA superstar. Or sorry. What am I trying to say? So when she was on Fox News, she tried to be like the reasonable Republican, right? She tried to be like the, hey, I'm a Republican and I like right-wing stuff, but just Donald Trump has taken it too far and we can't have him as our representative. We can't have him as our standard bearer for the Republican Party. We got to do something about this guy because he's gonna crash the Republican Party. That's what she was like, right? And then she, left Fox News. She got sexually harassed, maybe. I don't really know that much about that part of her story. And then she bounced around, and now she's here, and she's trying to be like, no, I was MAGA before MAGA was MAGA. I'm the MAGA of them all.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so most definitely she had an agenda that she was going to shake hands because probably had been noted before that it didn't happen with Biden and Trump.
So probably the transgender agenda, if I'm not mistaken, from what Mega said.
So she
for what Megyn said.
extended her hand first. I saw a couple still photos afterward, and it's the first time strangers physically touch each other, and we're pretty sensitive to that. So she had a long stretch with her arm, more so than him, but he didn't pull her in, like we can, or you see sometimes males do. He actually palmed up a little bit and gave her. Yeah, almost definitely, because he's a large person compared to many people, and he's very aware of how he handles his body. From when he's sitting, he might, put elbows on knees to take a smaller position in the room, or if he wants to be larger. But he definitely gave her the slight palm up and let her have the handshake, even though he kept his elbow bent more than she did. And then she crossed the room. So yeah, that was one of the first things everybody noticed.
So he wasn't trying to do a power move on her in response to her attempted power move on him.
He did not. They both did a couple things really well. Let's look at how you dress. He had the traditional, he dresses very well, at this point in his life. The red, white, and the blue, very intentional, both had the flags on,
Body language analysis is such a scam. Yeah, that's what she's doing, though. She's brought this supposed expert.
The little details, but they did a pretty good job with her as well. They knew to put her in a suit. A slight heel, nothing that would.
Sabina says Megyn Kelly's jealous Travis Kelce didn't pick her. So now, we've also got Elon Musk that we're going to talk about here when it comes to weird reactions to the Taylor Swift endorsement of Kamala.
Be wobbly, and her top very modest on the chest area, and the way the fabric flapped over kind of simulated.
Wow.
But not be as masculine as a tie. Neutral nails, neutral makeup, hair done. So I would give it to them both that they knew that they were going to be on a global stage and to dress the part.
Yeah, and no distractions in the dress. That's really what you want to avoid in their position. No one should be thinking about your dress, your jewelry, or your hair, etc.
Right.
So in other words, wearing like a tube top or something, probably a bad idea for the debate.
She did in the first half an hour of the debate have quite a few,
or like an off the shoulder
facial reactions.
Look, me and Megyn have this in common, okay? We both like to show shoulder.
Actions to what
I feel like my shoulder is better though than Megyn's. Yeah.
What he was saying. We've got a bit of a
I'm here to fog, chat.
Video montage put together. Can you talk about what you noticed on her physical reactions to his
I'm here to mew and I'm here to fog.
His statements. We can just play it and talk over it.
Yes. Right. So that's putting the hand to the chin is very intentional because typically we don't touch our faces unless we want to trigger a reaction or an emotion. And typically when you see the hand to the face, it's an evaluation. So she's subtly or very overtly considering what.
I was actually worried that she was going to go over the top with that, right? Because, like, you can do this, you know, a little bit, but you can't, like, if you do it too much, it's conspicuous.
He says, but the smile on the face, it's not a genuine smile. That would be a Duchenne smile, says that she's entertained or amused by what he's saying. And yes, as part of her prepping, she knew that she would look at him often. And as part of Trump's prepping, he was not going to look at her. He was focused straight ahead. Hands almost never left the podium unless they were making a point, which they both at that point used their hands to draw, to make the point. Open palms for both of them, except at one time in...
Wait, subtly or overtly? Are those two opposites? Yeah, right?
Takeaway where she had a slightly closed fist to make her point in the passion that went with it, that she was really ramping up on her speech. Other than that, both Trump and Harris did have similar use of hands. One of the things that we did notice about Harris was when
Megyn is the new Ted Cruz, groveling at the feet of a man who humiliated her on a national stage. Yeah.
And she started speaking that she had some stress that you could see coming through on the cartilage in her throat. You could only see the line.
Okay, now we probably shouldn't start talking about throats, especially if we're a Trump fan. There's a reason, chat. There's a reason. When they cut back to Trump, I'll try to show you what I'm talking about. But there's a term, nussy. There's a term called nussy, and Donald Trump's nussy was very much on display this night.
The muscles or the cartilage, and she had a slightly elevated tone, which indicated a little bit of stress. But as the time went on, that went away and it softened around her neck.
Yes, she also definitely had some dry mouth, which you could hear. We actually pulled an example.
So no, I heard that too, but I interpreted it as her being well hydrated, right? I just thought maybe she, I don't know.
Example of that. My team's amazing. They got an example of everything. Here's SOT 61.
Same old tired playbook. A bunch of lies. What the Wharton School has said.
See, now I noticed this, but I haven't heard anybody else talk about it. I haven't heard anybody else mention that, like, yeah, you can hear mouth noise, you can hear saliva noises.
Is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended.
What do you make of
right.
that?
But we call that, it wasn't lip smacking, but it was definitely dry mouth, whereas when we look at over 100 micro expressions of the face, from the squinting of the eye, does it match the face, to the raising of the eyebrow, like a surprise.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. I can't believe that Megyn Kelly's entertaining this shit. This is just petty. Is that what she's doing? Is that what she's trying to do? Look, Megyn, again, you're a few years too late to be Trish Paytas. This kind of pettiness used to kill on the internet, used to go viral. But you're like 5 years too late.
To being sarcastic in response to pursing of the lips like he had, almost like...
Yeah, Zoe Skinner says it's just a sea of pseudoscience.
Like a donut or a pursing at one point when she was talking about something, almost when you close your lips tightly together that you don't, you're literally holding the words in so you don't say them. We look for symmetry in beauty and everything and in our faces. And when we break symmetry with a smirk or a disgusting or a tilting of the head, it catches our attention because something is going on inside their head that's being displayed through their bodies. And that's what we try to pick up on. Because technically you could turn the sound down and we'd be able to figure out a lot of what they're saying just on how they're engaging or not engaging with each other. That's what the...
It's so weird that this analysis is going on, but there's no real... It's just petty, right? They're not analyzing Trump and analyzing Kamala. They are sweeping for Trump and they are trying to they're stretching. They're stretching to find something to complain about with Kamala.
Challenging part is that we were limited.
What did you make of the fact that Trump didn't look at her? We noticed that ourselves last night. He was straight ahead and she kept looking over at him. So what does that say about both of them?
Well, they had good training is what it says. They spent a lot of time, and his camp said, you will not look at her, because perhaps they didn't want him to be distracted by her theatrics, right? Of the smiling, of the pulling back. Remember, she's a prosecutor, so she too is comfortable, if you will, on some sort of a stage by presenting how she wants the story to look, as is he on a a public platform of where he wants to stand and what he wants to do. So they both went in with an agenda that she would look at him and he would not look at her. A few times where the clock was located, you would see his eyes go up to watch the time, and that's when his eyes became physically bigger. But I think it was really interesting.
Yeah, he was. I mean, him watching the clock makes sense, right? This didn't go well for him. This was a disaster. In fact, chat, I feel like this is his Joe Biden moment. Now, the difference between Trump and Joe Biden is that Trump owns his party. He owns MAGA. He owns the Republican Party. MAGA works for him, not the other way around, right? Whereas Joe Biden, he was just the Dems guy to go up against Trump. That's literally what he was there for, right? The Democrats calculated, like, who's our best chance? Bernie maybe is too liberal. But Biden is just right. Biden is just right. He's a grandpa. People like him. He's smells your hair. I don't know. Right? But he's doing the job for the Democratic Party, whereas the Republican Party is doing the job for Trump. And because of that, Trump is not going to do the right thing by the Republican Party, which would be to step aside and let somebody younger take the nomination this time, right? Americans very much do not want a rematch of Biden-Trump, and Biden, after being pressured, did the right thing and withdrew. And you see the difference. You see what a difference this makes. You go from, a situation where it looks like the Democrats have got no shot to a situation where it's now Trump that's spiraling. I don't expect the same thing to happen from Donald Trump, right? Joe Biden was running for his ego, right? He was running because it's like to be a one-term president is thought to be like a lower tier president, right? Most presidents get reelected, right? There's a big advantage to incumbency, and for that reason, most presidents do 2 terms, right? So if you do 1 term, you're in that group with Jimmy Carter, with George H.W. Bush, right? I'm trying to think of JFK, but that's a different story. There's a different reason that JFK didn't run for a second term. Herbert Hoover. Yeah, look, that's how far I have to go back to find another 1-term president. It's not that common of an occurrence, right? So Biden didn't want to be that 1-term president. And so his ego is keeping him in. But with Trump, it is his self-preservation, in addition to his ego, that's keeping him in, right? It's his sense of aggrievement for having lost the election in 2020 that's got him, just kind of dedicated to running again. And so he's not going to do the right thing. He's not going to do what's best for the Republican Party. And indeed, there is no Republican Party. There is Donald Trump, and there is a party apparatus that has been broken down and purged to serve him as best it can. And so for that reason, you're not going to see him withdraw. You're not going to see them make him doing the one thing that could make this an even race, which is allowing himself to be replaced by somebody, that's not him. Because that's the biggest thing that the American people want in 2024 is not to have the Trump versus Biden. They want to move forward, right? Kamala Harris is allowing that to happen. Donald Trump will not allow that to happen. And that is why he will very likely lose. And this debate kind of seals the deal. In my mind, Kamala Harris was on the trajectory to win even without this debate. But with this debate, barring something like her accepting a debate on Fox News and doing badly, she's very close to having it locked up.
When we analyze Trump from previous times.
Yeah, Clinton beat O.G. Bush, although some people say it was Ross Perot that beat O.G. Bush.
There's been a lot about his coloring or his makeup or his hair. This time there's not.
Now, we did see there's definitely some heavy duty makeup on there. And what was weird is that, like, from one angle, like, right, so there's two angles that the cameras were at. One is like facing them, and the other is to the side of them. Now, from the side, you could see a lot of redness in his face as he got angered, as he got triggered, as he probably realized that he wasn't doing well in the debate. He starts to get redder and redder, but when it was straight on, you couldn't see it, right? It was only from the side. And indeed, after the debate, we see in the spin room, we're going to watch this a little bit later, right? He goes into the spin room to try to cope, I guess. Try to maintain a face like that he's confident, that he feels like he's won, even though that the reason he's going in there is because he did not win. And you can see on the side of his face that the makeup is like unevenly applied. So that's why we saw the redness from the side and not from the, straight forward. But yeah, it's
really been much talk, which has been interesting because somebody in his entourage has figured out not to have that tinted or that orange, as some people have said, and to style the hair.
Gursim says, I'm in Arizona, and Trump is going to lose Arizona. Young people are energized, even in rural areas.
That it's flattering to the camera this time, which is...
Why do I want Kamala? Brian Horak, you're making kind of an assumption here. Kamala is not my preferred candidate. There's a lot to be left, there's a lot left to be desired from Kamala, right? And the biggest thing that's left to be desired is she doesn't do enough to actually differentiate herself from the Republican Party and from Biden. Biden's had a disastrous policy in Gaza. Biden has, in a lot of ways, like undercut himself, right? And she's not broken out and claimed her own space, right? She's sort of just allowed herself to be it's like Biden's passing the torch, right? And she needs her own torch, right? So there's a lot to be left desired from Kamala, but compared to Donald Trump, there are very few candidates that would not be better compared to Trump, right? So it's all a question of compared to what. It's not an endorsement of Kamala Harris. It's not an endorsement of the Democrats. It's a realization that the years of 2017 to 2020 were an absolute train wreck. And as bad as it was, it could have actually been worse. It almost was worse. You almost saw a vice president executed by Trump supporters for not agreeing to help him steal the election. That's pretty bad. I don't want to see what is further down that rabbit hole. I've seen enough. And if you were smart, you would say the same thing.
I know it's the same.
But obviously you're a Shorts live stream chatter, so you're gonna say what you say. The better question is, why do you endorse Trump? Why do you support Trump? Like, what went wrong with your upbringing that you find yourself in that particular, with those particular words coming out of your mouth?
Improvement.
Mm-hmm. He did not look orange last night. He looked like just a little tan, like a golfing guy, as opposed to his sort of signature color. As a kid, you loved eating cereal, right? But as an
she's going to do Magic Spoon. Oh, chat, I need a brand deal. I'm not going to do Magic Spoon, though, because I can't eat that stuff. It has dairy. I actually can't have dairy, so I'm not going to be... I don't know. It's kind of weird, like the idea of a cereal without carbs. Like, I don't know, what is in it that... I guess, what is it, like whey? It's made of like whey protein or something. Anyway, chat, we're not talking about endorsements. We're not talking about brand deals. We are talking about, PBD. Let's see some more coping.
Taylor Swift goes up there and endorses Kamala. And all of a sudden, 338,000
I always forget how funny this guy is.
People go to vote.gov with Kamala Harris endorsement. So, Rob, do you have a video of this, or is it just a, let me see if this is a video or not.
No, I have a video for the Elon Musk
okay, so
story.
let me go to this and we'll go straight to the video. So, Taylor Swift endorsement Kamala Harris led to a surge of 337,826 to go to the U.S. Government Services Administration spokesperson confirmed that as of 2 p.m. on Wednesday, September 11, there have been 337,000 visitors to vote.
At 2 p.m., yes, I know exactly what they're talking about. So they're talking about the number of people that the analytics say, click to the voting registration for Democrats through Taylor Swift, right? That's what he's quoting. And as of Wednesday, so the debate was Tuesday. Wait, am I right about that? Yeah, debate is Tuesday, right? Wednesday's the next day, right? So as of 2 p.m., the day after the debate, this is how many people clicked that link. And he's gonna, I know from this, this title here, worst conversion rate in history, right? This is PBD. He's a MLM guy. He got rich from ripping people off, right? From conning people, from exploiting people that aren't that are silly enough to be exploited by him. And he took that money and he took that influence and he turned it into a YouTube show where he makes himself like a Joe Rogan-like figure. So, I mean, that's why he's here. That's where he's from, right? He's not here for his skills as an interviewer or his, personality or his success as a YouTuber or anything like that. Everything you see here, including the bank vault, is bought and paid for by the scams that he's run on people. And as an MLM guy, he thinks about things like conversion rates, right? I've got this many followers. How many can I convert into money? How can I exploit my followers, in other words? How can I rip people off? How can I make money off of my fans, right? So he's going to look at this as a conversion rate thing and see oh, that's not very many considering how popular Taylor Swift is, considering how many fans she's got. That's a small percentage that had clicked through by 2 p.m. the day after. When did the endorsement happen later that night, right? So the endorsement happens, the debate happens at ends at 10, 11 Eastern time. The endorsement happens slightly after that. Then we go to Wednesday, the next day at 2 p.m. and we see how many people have clicked that link. And, the answer is not that many because there's not that much time that's gone by.
Gov. In her Instagram post, she wrote on...
Isn't he a crypto libertarian? Yeah.
Kamala Harris, and we know the rest, right? So that bump of 337,000 people going there, and Elon Musk decides to respond because, of course, Elon does...
So we'll take a look at the Elon Musk thing in a second.
Doesn't have enough kids. So he encourages something, Rob, if you want to play what Elon said.
So what PBD is saying is that it's not just Taylor by herself, it's Taylor with a boost from Elon Musk, given that Elon Musk responded to her childless cat lady post.
As to her...
Well, he tweeted, but this is what the internet then created with AI, is a photo of Elon, or video of Elon and a pregnant Taylor Swift.
That doesn't look like Taylor, though.
Kinda. I mean, just really.
Listen, cats are getting a lot of love these days, guys.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my God, that's a problem. Rob, do you have the tweet of what he says?
I'll find it right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to point out. Oh my God. Oh. We just got a shot of Vinny there. Remember this guy? So the guy to the left of, or his left, your right of PBD is Vinny. And this is the guy that was on Piers Morgan. We're going to watch some Piers Morgan today as well, right? He was on Piers Morgan doing a debate and turning as red as a beet, just completely triggered by Hassan Piker and then later TikToker Harry Sisson, just kind of lost it on PBD. And he's just funny. He's just funny. He's a funny guy. He's like PBD's Moonlord, sort of.
Listen, cats are getting...
Sorry, Moonlord is Ian Crossland.
I love these days, guys.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my God, that's a problem. Rob, do you have
all the ghouls out tonight? That's right, Choki.
Of what he says?
I'll find it right now.
Yeah, if you just go to Twitter and just pull up exactly what he says.
None of his supporters tried to kill a vice president. Oh, I'm sure they were just saying hang Mike Pence as a meme, right? Was it a meme? Is it a funny meme? They were shitposting. They were running up and down the halls of Congress, smearing their shit on the wall, and they were shitposting. Oh, that makes sense. That's why they were smearing. This shit was also a shitpost, right?
He said something in a, hey, if you want a 10th child, I'm here. I'd love to have a 10th baby with you. I mean, he tweets a lot, so you're not going to find...
They were just schizo posting, chat.
I mean, SpaceX just had something... They just had a guy walking outside
It just happened yesterday, right, Rob?
Of what?
Oh, SpaceX had a man.
My question is, like, how delusional do you have to be a Donald Trump supporter at this moment, right? How delusional? How, like, debased and deranged from reality do you need to actually be like, oh no, you know what we need? We need another 4 years of Donald Trump. That would be great. That would be great.
It was the first private space flight.
That's what the world needs right now.
He said, okay, fine, Taylor, you win. I will give you a child and guard your cats with my life.
And by the way, Caitlin Clark likes the post, but she was asked, was Caitlin Clark asked any question, Rob, or no?
Yes, here she is being asked about her endorsement.
Go for it.
Wait, look, Bovine says Cokie Vinny. I don't know about any substances Vinny may abuse or not.
You liked an Instagram post last night from Taylor Swift that got a lot of attention. And I'm just curious if you could tell us what that post meant to you and if you are in fact potentially going to endorse Kamala Harris. Thank you.
I think for myself is, I have this amazing platform, so I think the biggest thing would be just to encourage people to register to vote. I think for myself, it's the second time I can vote in an election. At age 22, I could vote when I was 18, so...
Yeah, look, Bovine says they built the gallows as a joke. Yeah, it was just a shit post. It was just a massive...
The biggest thing I can do with the platform that I have, and that's the same thing...
Choki says, I first heard of him because Sam debated him.
And I think continue to educate yourself with the candidates that we have, the policies that they're supporting. I think that's the biggest thing you can do, and that's what I would recommend to every single person that has that opportunity in our country.
No, Scott. Okay, go to Usher, because Usher also had Usher's being pushed, and he likes it his way. But when he was going through it, and, go ahead, Rob.
This is the oldest person. In this emergency that we're in, I think that behooves artists to come out and speak for Kamala against Donald Trump, because he is an existential threat to the country. What do you say to that?
You know what? I don't get too deep into politics. I didn't get a chance to watch the debate last night. I obviously have been watching like everybody else. I think voting is an individual choice. And I think that you're right. You have to look at the reality of the country that we are and the country that we want to be, and find the candidate that you feel both are who fits the category of where we want to be. And that's it. And that's what you vote based off of. Who you highlight and how you choose to highlight it on whatever platform you have is your prerogative.
Yes.
The question is, does he make her want to leave the one she's with?
or start a new relationship
with Trump?
You make me want to win.
This is what you do. That's what you do. I don't know. So Usher, Caitlin, Taylor, Tom, do any of these things have any influence on the election?
What's really interesting, if you were to go take a look at people that study marketing, celebrities sell apparel very well. Hey, I like what that celebrity was wearing. I like the wardrobe they have there. Look at the sneakers they were wearing in that video. Wow, I want some of that. Everybody agrees that it's there. Celebrities have a hard time pushing food because food is a personal choice, and they have a very hard time pushing political candidates. It's not zero. It's not zero, but there aren't people sitting at home waiting to find out, wow, what would Bruce Springsteen do? Bruce Springsteen and Obama had a failed podcast. Bruce was unable to bring the audience. Obama's unable to bring the audience. And so it's very difficult for celebrities in the political.
Look, I mean, I don't think that everybody being famous makes you an interesting person for a podcast, right? I would be like, it just doesn't seem like a thing that Obama, I can't believe that Obama tried to have a podcast. That's wild. Maybe actually Obama could do it, but Bruce Springsteen, really? You might like his music, you might you'd be a fan, but are you really going to want to watch? Yeah, let's see what Bruce Springsteen has to say about whatever.
Realm to support, which is why candidates so often were looking for, who did you look for in the old days? Governors, mayors, and newspapers. Those were the ones that used to move people. What does your local newspaper say? What does your governor say? What does your mayor say? It was very important to get down ballot support from a leading candidate and to get up ballot support if I'm running to be mayor. So, and celebrities, you cannot discount this mob of that follows Taylor Swift. You can't discount it. But historically, quantitatively speaking, celebrities get paid a lot to be spokespeople. But if it's not, and I would go makeup with the Kardashians. I mean, it's just amazing that the amount of product they can move. But take a look at what that is. You're a wardrobe, makeup, fashion on that lane, man. It's all about it. Well, but when you see that link, those Swifties were swiftly seeking swift purchase of Swift swag, and they were swiftly disappointed. You know,
this is fucking boring. I thought this was gonna be interesting. We'll give it a little bit longer. All right, I want to see Vinny.
Well, I think it depends on the size of the personality and the.
So that's the guy that Sam Cedar debated.
Magnitude in which they can actually,
I think,
move the needle. Okay, so let's take Caitlin Clark. She's part of the WNBA. You know, half the league are lesbians. No disrespect. It's just like.
Are you sure? No disrespect. Oh, your eye. Look at that eyebrow. No disrespect, but lesbians. Oh my God, no.
Well, what do you think they're voting for? Stop it. Like it's not even close. But she plays.
Look, the right Trump answer, the right-wing answer is to be like, actually, a lot of gays and lesbians support Trump. Actually, Trump is very pro-LGBT. Look, here's a picture of him from 2016 holding up a pride flag, right? Right? They're supposed to be trying to make inroads, right? Not supposed to be like, oh yeah, lesbian, obviously a Kamala voter here.
In Indiana. That's a red state. So you'd think she was a little bit media trained. Hey, listen, Caitlin, you're going to be asked about this. We know where you stand, wink, wink, but you're also playing Indiana. Let's just be diplomatic here. Usher, other than leaving the one he's with, black man, making a lot of money. We see the trend going towards Trump. Let's be diplomatic. You saw how quickly Joy Behar's like, he's an existential threat, right?
Yeah.
Right. And he's like, well, listen.
And why do you pick his hair color,
I
Joy?
choose to vote who you go. She goes, okay, I like that. Flipped real quick. But Taylor Swift... there's nobody comparable to her.
Period.
That can move the needle. Like Trump genuinely needs to find a Kim Kardashian type to basically endorse him.
Move the needle. Let me ask you a question. Can we just do some math? Rob, go to Instagram, go again and pull up the number. What moved the needle? Like we keep saying that. I get that, guys. But go to number 284. Let's do the number, guys. This is maybe the one of the worst, like Taylor Swift endorsement on Instagram. This may be one of the worst conversion rates in the history of mankind. How many people went and registered?
Okay, so here we go. Here's the pettiness.
38,000.
Let's do 338,000.
They didn't register.
Divided.
That was the traffic to the site. The
Just
registrations were never disclosed.
So this is just traffic. It's not even an act. So how many of the 338 do you think voted?
Well, nobody's voted
registered.
Yet.
So look, they're trying to set. They're finding like a lot of traffic was directed to the site, and then they're like, well, yeah, maybe they didn't all register. Maybe some of them just like went to the site and that's all they did. And how many fans does Taylor Swift have? Like, oh, let's figure out the convert. This is COPE. This is COPE, and what you're going to be seeing tonight is a lot of COPE. So thank you for staying with us tonight. Thank you for having some faith in me, despite the rocky start of tonight. And, thank you for being here instead of all the other places that you could possibly be. It means a lot that you're here, and you're going to be in for some delicious COPE as a reward.
So 338 registered. Go to 338 divided by what? What was the number again, Rob? Was it 292? 284. 284 million. You know what that is? It's a conversion rate of 0.001%. You know what that is? If you offered conversion ratios like this, you'd be fired. That means no one gives a shit. They just went to the website and...
Oh, but wait, it's actually what Patrick... I'm sorry, why do I want to call him Paul Bet, David? Anyway, Patrick, like, come on. You're literally looking at something... That number is from 2 p.m. the day after... this happened late at night. That endorsement happened. Like, what the fuck?
And maybe
this is so petty. I don't know how this makes you think this makes you look, but
register or did something.
And you're like bringing attention to the fact that you're a fucking scam artist, right? That you're not here as a show host because of your talent, because of your skill as a YouTuber, because people like you. You're here because you scammed a bunch of people. And you used that money to buy your way into, to essentially buy influence. Like, you want to talk about conversion rates? This guy's basically bought viewers. Like, right? I don't know what you want to say.
What happens the next day?
And people don't usually think about that. People don't remember that, right? You know, your whole MLM thing was like years ago.
Everybody moves on. The Instagram post does.
If you haven't watched it yet, CoffeeZilla has done a lot to expose this guy, what he's actually about, where his actual fame came from, and stuff like that. Check out those videos if you got time.
Doesn't have wait 3 weeks from now,
Yeah.
or 6 weeks from now, 8 weeks. This is just 7 weeks from now. This is just now. This is not as big as people think it is, and it's her audience. How many of those 338 that went for conservatives? How many of those 338 that went for independents? How many of those? You go to 5%. So of the 338 that went, the 5% of 338, okay, let's just say it's a 0.05%.
He's sitting on his phone doing calculator shit and coping.
16,000.
Anyway, he's boring. He's boring, chat. We got to get off of him. Let's see what else Megyn Kelly has for us. All right, this is the last Megyn Kelly, I promise.
Homeless people live in the back of Lincoln School. I have the pictures here today. They're living in back of Lincoln School. I even showed you video of them. You could see the monkey bars. Nothing has to be done. Code enforcement won't come out. The police won't come out. Come to the real life. Go to Walmart and watch those Haitians open up jars of the tomato paste, pizza sauce, dip their fingers in it and eat it. Go to Kroger's. You know how Kroger's has a little fruit up front for like $5? They pick it up and start eating it, then discard the thing. I've seen them do it. So I'm not here saying I know they're doing it. I've seen it. The city is going to shit. And you guys thinking we're doing good. But my car insurance goes up. So I called Nationwide.
It also doesn't take into account how many of our followers are already registered to vote. I'm a follower and I don't need to click that link without the info of my percentage of followers not registered, the conversion rate. Yeah, I don't know. I thought this was going to be exciting. I thought it was going to be fun.
Which is my car insurance and my homeowner's insurance. You know what they said? Because the accident rate in Springfield has tripled. I don't see any squatters, tent cities, or anything here, but we got them in our neighborhoods. Shouldn't we share?
But now there are freaking communists.
Are we all not in this together? Are we all not in this together?
I've heard people express concerns about personal safety, women who are afraid to walk in stores, women stalked out into parking lots with their children. But not once have I heard people complain about race. And I wish you guys would stop pushing this through the
Patrick Bet David signed up for Patriot Front on stream. It's too bad he's not more interesting, right? He did talk about the Taylor Swift thing, but again, I'm trying to find you the interesting stuff. We're going to watch the Anthony Fantano thing, and then we'll probably move to another subject.
The filter of identity politics, because it's allowing you to ignore our real concern. And that's what you've been doing. You've been ignoring us.
Very powerful. Your thoughts on it, Steve?
Not as powerful as that like and subscribe that she's got down there.
Well, number one,
like, who do you think sold her on that? Who do you think was like, no, you know what, Megyn? It would be really good if we could get like a personalized video of you, little ping of you hitting that subscribe button. That would be awesome.
if they saw all of our cat memes on X, Megyn, that means they saw all of the videos like the ones you just played that accounts like yours and mine have, and shows like yours and mine have been sharing with our audiences for the last few days. Right. And so that's one of the beauties of social media, particularly X, since Elon took over in 2022, is everyone has no excuse. The idea that you do not know, the idea that you just didn't hear about this or you didn't see this stuff, cognitive dissonance is no longer permitted. Everything now is into the information gene pool. Everybody sees everything. Right. So I think that's a point we need to stress. If they saw our cat memes, which were wonderful, by the way, but if they saw our cat memes, then they saw these kinds of testimonies that we shared as well. And so it's very simple. Why don't they just go there, find these people, interview them, and see if there's any factual basis to their claims? And then number two, I've done mission work in Haiti.
Here we go again.
Extensively, and have seen most of that country. And I got to tell you, what's being reported on the ground by people like what you just played in Springfield is exactly what I saw on the ground in Haiti. It's a decimated country. It's a decimated culture. And, there were movies like Gangs of New York written about when, my ancestors came over here from Sicily and Italy, and some of the things that they did to bring some of the old world ways that destroyed their culture and tried bringing them over here as well. But the difference was at that point in time in our history, the institutions pressured pressured you, incentivized you into assimilation, to leave that stuff behind and assimilate into what it means to be uniquely American. We don't have those kinds of things anymore. And so you can see Haitian immigrants that have lived in Florida, for example, for many, many years, where you have institutions down there, particularly under the current governor, that incentivize, if not punitively punish you, if you do not want to be a law-abiding citizen, if you don't want to set your craven desires and some of your
I'm sorry, wait. I'm missing the racist shit that he's saying here.
Haitian immigrants that have lived in Florida, for example, for many, many years, where you have institutions down there, particularly under the current governor, that incentivize, if not punitively punish you, if you do not want to be a law-abiding citizen, if you don't want to set your craven desires and some of your base instincts that destroyed your previous culture, you don't want to set those aside. You won't get away with that.
I can't even concentrate on the weird shit that's coming out of his mouth.
Was at that point in time from Sicily and Italy, and some of the things that they did to bring some of the old world ways that destroyed their culture and tried bringing them over here as well. But the difference was at that point in time from Sicily around in Haiti, it's a decimated country. And I got to tell you, what's being reported on the ground by people like what you just played in Springfield is exactly what I saw on the ground in Haiti. It's a decimated country. It's a decimated culture. And, there were movies like Gangs of New York written about when, my ancestors came over here from Sicily and Italy, and some of the things that they did to bring some of the old world ways that destroyed their culture and tried bringing them over here as well. But the difference was at that point in time in our history, the institutions pressured you, incentivized you into assimilation, to leave that stuff behind and assimilate into what it means to be uniquely American. We don't have those kinds of things anymore. And so you can see Haitian immigrants that have lived in Florida, for example, for many, many years, where you have institutions down there, particularly under the current governor, that incentivize, if not punitively punish you, if you do not want to be a law-abiding citizen, if you don't want to set your craven desires and some of your base instincts that destroyed your previous culture, you don't want to set those aside. You won't get away with that in places like Florida. And you've seen now onto a second generation of Haitian immigrants, they have assimilated very well and they're productive members of the culture. The problem we have under Kamala Harris as borders are and Joe Biden as president, I guess, is that all the institutions actually are weaponized against those that want to make people assimilate, that want people to incentivize people to assimilate. You are instead encouraged to bring your basic instincts and craven natures that destroyed your previous culture and bring them here and let the freak flag fly. And if anyone
I'm just trying to understand where this asshole's coming from, right? He said he's done mission work. So what he's doing is he's going to Haiti and anybody that's not Christian. So in other words, if you do practice any form of spirituality that incorporates, some of those like some African traditions in sort of a syncretic way, right? And again, like I said, like it's complicated. And I don't want to get into like a discussion of syncretism and the cultural place of Haiti and what that like represents, right? Because like I said, it's complicated, right? But a guy like this sees anybody in Haiti who is not like maybe even like I don't even know for some of these like guys like they're either like mostly like they're evangelical, and so anybody that's not Protestant at least is like a subject for conversion, saving their souls, looking at people who practice, religious, whose religious practice traces part of their origin to African culture, is looked at as essentially like a devil worshiper, and it is then targeted for the culture is then blamed and pathologized for the state of Haiti, right? The state of Haiti is due to how it's been treated by European colonial powers and by the United States. That's why Haiti's impoverished, right? Like I said, Haiti is a nation which overthrew, in a revolutionary war, overthrew the slave masters essentially and declared independence. And the Western powers will never let them live that down. We'll never forgive them for that.
One, including the tax-paying citizens, dare to stand up and say, hey, I'm going to call BS on that. That's not how we do things. We have a social compact in this community. We don't just openly pillage and plunder one another. We don't just, commit acts of, violence against animals, live bait out in the streets, like a third world country. You're the racist. You're the problem. And herein lies the problem, Megyn. We can't share a country with people who have completely decimated our social impact.
Ophelia says, believe me, I'm a witch, and it's weird running into Christians who tell me to denounce Satan. Satan isn't even part of my belief system or practices. Yeah, there's very few people that religiously worship the figure of Satan, who is, makes appearances in the Bible, is essentially a figure of like Christian lore. There's very few people, because what that would be is like, that's like taking like, I don't know, the bad guy from a religious tradition and being like, oh yeah, the bad thing that, the thing that the religion thinks is bad. Like, I worship that. If you're doing that, it is either, as kind of a thumbing your nose at that religious tradition, as is the case with like one branch of I'm trying to remember how it works. There's like, can somebody explain to me, there's like the LaVey, there's a Satanist that's of like Anton LaVey, and then there's like another, the Church of Satan or something. And one of these is actually like an atheist, group that uses like the sort of iconography that comes from the Christian idea of Satan, and some of the fever dreams that like, so Satanism was this thing like in Christianity that they would like throw on people, when we talk about the witch trials, right? There were some people burned as witches that probably were practicing some traditional forms of medicine, or, with herbs and stuff. Some that were maybe holding on to some like pagan beliefs, but they weren't actually people that were like, oh yes, Satan, you're the fucking best. You're the greatest. You're the goat. And Satan is the goat. Literally the goat. But like, right, they're not like that. They're like people that would be called satanic or said to have consorted with the devil, or said to have danced with the devil or whatever, because they did not fit into this Christian framework, or they were wise women at the outskirts of society that, were possessed a kind of knowledge that the institutions were afraid of, right? And so that's where like sort of the legend of Satanism sort of came from, right? Also like what wasn't Baphomet kind of like extracted from the idea of Mohammed, like that like I feel like there's something like the names are similar, and the reason that they named this version of the devil Baphomet had to do with actually like Muslims or something like that, with a Christian view of Muslims. But yeah, there's very few people that are actually no. It's actually seriously like, Satan is my God. I like legitimately worship him, and that's what I'm about, right? That's not common at all. I added a few mods to the chat just because I wasn't seeing enough blue names. Again, if you have like conflicts with other obligations in terms of streaming, I would love be great to like let me know about that. And I'm just trying to make sure that we've got full coverage, and that we don't like lose that coverage during other streams. So I'm trying to kind of select people that I see here often. If you don't want mod and I gave you mod, also let me know, because I don't want to saddle anybody with responsibilities that they do not want. Sometimes I make people mods just when we need mods, and sometimes it's a more like calculated choice, but I'm blue. Yeah, you are.
Compact, and then try to punish us when we want to reinforce.
We don't want to. Those people are being very honest about the same feelings we would all have if this happened to our community. But unlike what happened with Haitian migrants in the past, this has been dumped on them. This has been dumped on them by the current administration, like all in one fell swoop. Right? It's not like a natural migration situation. It's
Correct.
been, I guess, just Springfield, Ohio was one of the towns chosen by Biden-Harris, and now they're dealing with the real life.
Terrorism says, I only know of two. One is a silly atheist trolling group, but no lie, they are actually some Nazi Satanist in Germany. in some rural areas. There's like one version of Satanism that they're actually like, they have a philosophy that's kind of similar to like Ayn Rand's objectivism. Like the virtue of selfishness is something they actually like espouse. So I don't know. I'm not too up on Satanism.
The effects of this, I'll give you another soundbite. This one is SOT 11. Listen to this poor lady.
I am a disabled elderly woman that has such high anxiety leaving my house that I rarely do. And when I do, I'm armed and I have my 120-pound pit bull with me. I've been followed. I've been groped. I'm 58 years old. I've been called racist because I'm white. I'm scared. I'm scared for the women here. I'm scared for my granddaughters.
I cannot believe the media is getting away with this, just zeroing in entirely on the dogs and the cats and the geese, which, by the way, there's almost no doubt in my mind that the thing with the geese is happening. That's been proven.
No, I look, Bovine, when I say Randian or objectivist Satanist, I don't mean literally. I just mean that there's like one version of Satanism whose like morality is similar to the, if you've ever read Ayn Rand, it's not just about economics. It's like she's got a whole like moral philosophy, some would call an amoral philosophy or an immoral philosophy, based around the virtue of selfishness. Like, right, she sees collectivism or altruism, right? She's an ethical egoist. Oh, that's what, there we go. That's a better way to describe them. Rather than describing them as Randian, which is what they sort of resemble to me, probably a better way to put this is that they're ethical egoists, right? There's psychological egoism, which is if you believe that people only act out of their own interests, right? When, you know, and that's different than ethical egoism, where you believe that it is correct and right and proper to act only in concern for your own well-being. That's what Ayn Rand practices, and that's what one of the versions of Satanism practices as well.
There's a 911 call. I don't know about the cats. I only saw
Max Stirner
one post about that, but I also saw
that's a different kind of egoism.
A pastor post saying that's true too.
That's a much more understandable egoism.
So it's unresolved at best, but their laser-like focus on this at the expense of all the human stories. They don't care. Mm-hmm. They just want to fact check on Trump on that one thing and ignore this lady.
When the new abortion law was passed, it was the Satanic Church that offered women a way to get abortions through religion. Oh, I see. Protected by the, yeah.
And the men we just played in the budded soundbite before that, and all of the carnage happening in that city and beyond because she needs to win. And
she said she's convinced about the goose eating because it's been proven. I got to be honest. I'm like zoning out on this a little bit, but
she'll be even worse than Joe Biden.
I'm just trying to make sure that the chats are taken care of and everything, and like just moving some stuff around. If people have other commitments, that is fine. I can relinquish their obligations over here.
This issue.
You know, I remember during COVID when Regeneron, that was the antibody treatment, was really helping to save lives. And just as the Sun Belt was getting its seasonal wave of COVID, suddenly the Biden administration starts rationing that treatment. Right when those states that just so happen to be voting red right now, right when those states need it the most. I wonder, is Springfield, Ohio being punished? Because this used to be a swing state. I mean, Ohio used to be a state that was the bell cow determiner of president.
The bell cow? Did he just say the bell cow? I think he meant bellwether. I think he just like misspoke. Anyway.
Presidential elections going back to the mid 19th century, and
she contradicted herself in one sentence. You mean the speaker at the local the city council?
It's a state that in the Trump era has become reliably red. Basically, Trump did to Ohio in many respects what Obama did to Virginia, took it as a swing.
A lol cow, yeah.
One that leaned one way. Well, now Ohio is even deeper red than Virginia is blue. And so I wonder, why didn't they drop these?
Yeah, was he thinking cowbell?
People off at Martha's Vineyard. Why didn't they drop them off in Manhattan? Why didn't they drop them off in Hollywood?
So they didn't get dropped off at all. All right. What brought Haitians to Springfield was capitalism. So if you have a problem with the mass influx of Haitian migrants to Springfield, you've got a problem with capitalism. It's not a planned economy. It is a market economy, right? And that's a weird thing for a right-winger to have a problem with, to be honest. To be completely honest with you, you are literally at odds with a free market here, right? They've got jobs open. Locals aren't taking those jobs. The company owners find people that are in need of jobs. And these people happen to be Haitian migrants. I think in this case, and I haven't seen this borne out, but I suspect that given the political instability in Haiti, we're talking about people with, people with asylum status, right? People who are actually fleeing a dangerous situation in Haiti that actually it was caused by the United States. Check out the Majority Report. They've got an interview. God, I almost want to watch it, right? They had an interview today with somebody who is like an expert on Haiti and on the political goings on and the kind of culpability of the United States in those dealings. The fact is that the basis, it's basically this, chat. The United States and other European powers will not allow Haitians to govern themselves. The leaders, the presidents that Haiti has chosen are not acceptable to the United States. And there's been multiple coups and multiple, instability caused by the United States to impose a government, right? And the government in Haiti is not a government that is for, by, and of the Haitian people. It's a government that is for the United States, for European powers, and by essentially collaborators, by people that are willing to work with those powers against the Haitian people. That's what's going on. That's the problem with Haiti. And yeah, it's caused a lot of violence. It's caused a lot of instability. It's caused a lot of misery and pain. And that's why Haitians, I believe that, these because the Haitians that they were talking to on camera in the PBS documentary that we saw were people who were, when asked about it, like, would you like to go back to Haiti? They're like, yes, very much. I would love to go back to Haiti. That would be great. That is my goal. That is my desire. And if I could, it's not going to happen. It's not safe. I can't do it. There's a reason that they're here. And it's not the other thing that I heard Chud Logic talking about, and I don't know how much I want to get into the drama with Chud, right? But he's fucking wrong, and I wish he'd stay in his lane. I wish he would talk about meaningless internet drama. That's what he's best at. That's what his lane is. That's what his role is, and he needs to fucking stick to it, right? Instead of when he talks about politics, it's just like racism, transphobia, misogyny, all this shit comes out of his mouth, right? That he just has no business talking about. But yeah, what he was saying essentially was like, when there's so many people coming in and they're not learning the language, right? And he's acting like that what they should do is take courses in school for 2 years, get really good at English, and then maybe they can move to America. These people don't have the luxury of time. They are in physical danger. Their lives are in danger in Haiti. They get the fuck out because it's not safe. They don't have time to fucking learn perfect English before coming over, right? And Chud, what other languages do you speak? I suspect not very many. Maybe a little bit of French. Yeah, I think he speaks a little bit of French, if I remember correctly. I know way too much about this guy.
Why weren't they dropped off in Portland? Why were they dropped off in Springfield, Ohio? Are you being punished for wrong think? Are you being punished?
Shakespeare says Haiti was under U.S. military occupation. It forced Haiti to pay reparations to the French. Yeah. Pay reparations for freeing themselves. In other words, the cost of the slaves that Haitian people were forced to be was paid off by the nation. Do you get what I'm saying? They literally punished the Haitian people for throwing off slavery. And, all kinds of military, all kinds of interference too. The Duvaliers, right, are tied into the United States.
Punished for wrong vote. It's just
literally refugees. Yeah, that's what they mean when they say protected status, right? They bring up this protected status thing. Oh, protected status. Oh, you poor little snowflake. No, we're talking about refugees running for their fucking lives. All right. from existential danger, from dangers to their life, right? That's why Haitians are in the United States. A lot of these people would they would rather go back to their home. Like I said, people don't just pull up and leave their home for no reason. There's always a reason. And a lot of times when it comes to immigration, the reason can be traced back to U.S. foreign policy.
Funny how this always seems to work one way, right? You don't ever have to see the folks on Rodeo Drive or the Upper East Side show up at the city council meetings wondering, why are there vagrants going and migrants?
I love the idea that there are, what is he trying to say that there's no migrants in cities? Is he trying to say, what is he trying to say? It doesn't make sense. None of this fucking makes sense. Vagrants, yeah, there's vagrancy. Vagrancy is a crime that is like when being homeless, when being unhoused is declared a crime. That's what it's called, vagrancy. You're a vagrant if you're in violation of the law against being unhoused.
Going through our stores and opening up dried,
which is obviously an authoritarian kind of law.
And just eating them there and killing geese and walking into my home. Funny how that stuff never seems to happen there. Weird.
On the subject of the 911 call, I will play.
I love this motherfucker acting like cities do not have immigrants. What?
This for you, just so you can hear it in part. So far, again, just to make clear, we've had at least the Facebook post saying they're skinning cats.
Infinity Shay says vagrant is such a word. There's no person using who sounds like a good person using that word. Yeah, true.
Cats and eating them. We have had, now I'll read you the pastor's recitation claiming that is true, unverified, but that is in writing from a pastor. And
it's a pastor. He's a man of God, so we got to trust him, I guess.
Dad and the pastor himself is available on Twitter. We're actually reaching out to him, as others are, I'm sure, as well. And we've got the video.
And chat, I get that this goes off a little bit from our subject of Taylor Swift. We'll get back to that in just a second. I just wanted to finish up our Megyn Kelly content for tonight.
Of the man at the city council meeting saying that they had grabbed ducks and beheaded them. We heard the other person at the city council meeting say the same thing, that they're killing the ducks from the local pond. And now here's a 911 call on the geese.
I'm sitting here, I'm riding on the trail going to my orientation.
Okay, I'm sorry. A 911 call on behalf of a wild animal being hunted by a human, supposedly.
Job today, and I see a group of Haitian people. There was about 4 of them. They all had geese in their hand. There was 2 men, 2 women. I couldn't tell the age, and trying to make it to this orientation on time.
I fucking hate their transitions. Like, they're trying to do the Daily Wire transition. If you ever watch the Daily Wire, Matt Walsh, I think, is in particular on the Daily Wire, has a transition with, like, it's a weird, like, noise that kind of sounds like if you're sharpening a knife. It's like shoo, shoo. It's so abrasive. I don't know why they use it.
I'm time crunching here.
Like, this kind of thing, this kind of wipe, this kind of transition is supposed to be used for viewer retention. And or in other words, they're putting it on there because they think it makes people watch it for longer.
And I saw that. I'm like, yeah, this has got to be.
Yeah, Duck Dynasty was a show. Am I wrong?
So how many geese did they have? They each had 1.
I mean, like, who would do a fake 911 call over this? I guess we're just supposed to dismiss it. And last but not least, Steve, this is the guy, Michael Force.
Who would call the police to make a report over a marginalized group that is not really doing anything bad? I wonder, maybe a racist?
Foster is his name. He's the pastor of East River Church and co-author of It's Good to Be a Man. He lives with his wife and 8 children on a small farm in Ohio, which is outside of Springfield. And he said this post is about his other pastor friend in Springfield. He says, I know 2 local Catholic charities who have contracted with the federal government to relocate, quote, refugees. The results are predictable, and I can confirm the stories are true. Traffic accidents involving Haitian drivers have skyrocketed, property damage, hit and runs, more. 1 kid was killed when a driver slammed into a school bus filled with kids. Petty crime is out of control. Stores are locking down merchandise due to rampant theft. Driving without a license is ubiquitous. The schools are chaotic. The local district has to spend north of $300,000 on.
So again, from everything I've seen, there's no rise in the crime rate. And this is a common, this is a common thread through a lot of these things, right? A claim of an epidemic of crime, right? Which the police report on. And yet in the police reports, there's no epidemic of crime. There's just these reports like, yeah, they're shoplifting.
Translators. Some of these Haitian families have bank.
Central Park Karen was vile, yeah.
Somewhere with $20,000 earmarked for buying homes.
Is she literally reading a description of the Tyler Oliveira video?
The market was already tight and now the prices are soaring. Don't get me started on the hospitals. And yes, the stories about Haitians killing and eating neighborhood cats and ducks from the local parts is.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the people's pets. They're eating the geese. They're eating the ducks.
True. He goes on from there. Instead, what we got was David Muir.
They're eating animals, chat. How inhuman.
Overriding all claims to the contrary.
Look, they're coming into our country and they're disrupting our vegan culture, right? Because Americans are vegan. We don't eat animals. We eat plants. We don't eat animals. We don't eat animals here. Why are you bringing that shit? Like, what the fuck is this? What is this?
Putting all stock.
We don't do barbecues in the park. No.
In this city.
These are soy dogs.
Manager whose politics I haven't looked.
This is beyond meat. We don't eat meat. We don't eat animals.
But I bet they're left leaning from him saying
they're eating her and they're gonna eat me. Oh my God. Yeah, you're literally quoting. That's Troll 2, isn't it?
You can't be racist. And it's unfortunate that this has turned into a contest of hate.
Well, look, here with Megyn Kelly, with you can't not be racist. Famous Texas Big Tofu. Oh my God, I wish I had some Big Tofu.
Hate. In any event, that's what we have in our media.
I am hungry, chat. You're making me hungry.
Not interested? And when the issue comes up, fact check erroneously.
Everything that pastor described, I saw with my own eyes on the ground in Haiti.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Yeah, Troll 2. Anyway, chat, let's see what else we've got. Oh, yeah, I gotta just type it in, don't I? Anthony Oh, wait, no, here's one. Let's watch the...
So Taylor Swift has endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris in her campaign. She's also encouraged people to click on a voter registration link online. That's had a lot of attention in recent days. The question is, what kind of impact will it really have on the presidential race? Tom Bonnier joins us now. He is a senior advisor at TargetSmart, which analyzes voter registration data. Tom, thanks for being here. What are you seeing from Taylor Swift in her endorsement, especially in terms of driving civic participation?
Yeah, so
Ophelia says, my father worked in Haiti and he had the best food of his life. They would get fresh lobsters from the sea and seasoning was heavenly.
This is a question a lot of us had after we saw the endorsement. I think a lot of people expected it was coming, but
yeah, they never considered that they might be called racist because they are racist.
How much of an impact will she have beyond just the excitement, the likes on Instagram? Will it translate into...
Wait, Gurusam is saying, I bet your YouTube algorithm is crazy. Oh, you mean that I get recommended weird right-wing videos because of this?
Voter registrations.
You're not wrong.
So we can see some of the back-end data in terms of the data that is coming and hitting off the voter file that we build. And what we saw was this really massive increase. We're calling it the Swift effect now because it's really...
Remember, chat, it's the lowest conversion rate ever.
Unlike anything I've seen. We're seeing a 400 or 500% increase in people coming and trying to register to vote immediately following the debate and in that period after Taylor Swift posted on Instagram. And what's really remarkable about that is usually you'll see these increases and they kind of fade away. In this case, we've seen it continue through the last 2 days into today.
So now this is posted 2 hours ago. I don't know when this went on air, but today is Thursday. The information that David was citing was from Wednesday at 2 p.m., right? We know a little bit more about like what all's gone on based on the Taylor Swift promotion of Kamala Harris, endorsement of Kamala Harris, but we still haven't seen all of it. We still haven't seen the totality of that effect yet.
So.
Well, you know, I'm told, I have 2 teenage daughters, that she was on the Video Music Awards on MTV last night. Apparently, she put out another pitch for people to register to vote. And so we're seeing this continued spike of 4 or 5 times what you would regularly see. So we're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood 9,000 to 10,000 people per hour just hitting our system. That's not indicative of everything, but it's a lot of it.
And what does this mean for the election?
Well, you know, a big part of this, the big question I think a lot of people ask is when you see new registrants, sure, they're registering to vote, will they vote? Well, we actually have statistics going back to 2020. We can see people who registered to vote this close to the election. Over 80% of those new registrants actually turned out in the election. So it's safe to say that not only are these voters who are registering are a big deal, but it's likely that they're going to come out on Election Day or before Election Day in the early voting.
What are you seeing in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania is a fascinating one. Now, we know that Pennsylvania is one of the blue wall states. It's likely to be decisive. And so when we look at the registration trends there, we've seen big increases, especially from younger voters, women voters, and voters of color. When you look at younger women of color, that sort of overlap of all 3 groups, you're seeing numbers that are almost unbelievable. In some cases, almost tripling the registration rate.
Infinity Shea says, and fun fact, in 2020, 43% of South Carolina voted blue. It could happen. Yeah, now, so that's a weird thing with South Carolina, right? We don't normally think of that as anywhere close to a swing state, and it's not. It's probably not going to go blue. But it is closer than people imagine, right? South Carolina, first state to, I believe, to secede from the Union in the Civil War, right? So, you know, it's definitely got some very right-wing history behind it. But yeah, overall, it's not quite as overwhelmingly right-wing as people seem to think. Remember, North Carolina is a swing state. Georgia is a swing state. South Carolina, if you think of it, is kind of like the it's like the filling of the if Georgia and North Carolina were the bread, South Carolina would be the peanut butter.
That we saw from those voters 4 years earlier in the 2020 cycle.
When you look at the data following Taylor Swift's endorsement of Harris and the push of that link to register to vote, do we have a profile of the kind of voter who's emerging from this Taylor Swift constituency?
It'll take a little while before we have the hard data on exactly who these people are, exactly where they are. But the data that we have been seeing so far in terms of the data hitting our system and the earlier voter registration data counts we have, again, it's overwhelmingly younger voters. It's more women than men. It's more voters of color. These are voters that overwhelmingly tend to lean Democratic. So it seems to be at this point very good news for the Harris campaign. But again, in the coming weeks, we'll be able to look at it with more granular detail.
Have you seen any Republican endorsement have any kind of effect on voter registration?
I haven't. You know, I mean, part of that might just be the lack of.
Geo Dragon says, I think there's something sus about someone who has problem with voter registration, since registering to vote is apolitical. It's just exercising your civic duty. Yeah, well, so in general, the right wing does worse when there's more people that vote. So, I mean, that's kind of what the deal is, right? The more people the more percentage of people that are civically engaged, generally, the worse Republicans do. So that's where it's at. And also in terms of the people that the right wing tries to make it harder to vote for, or harder for them to vote, right? They when they try to take people off the rolls, a lot of times you see them like target black voters, target minority voters, target young voters, target college students, for instance, right? Any population which they assume is going to vote for them at lower rates, they'll try to target.
High-profile celebrity endorsements, and frankly, there's no one out there that I can imagine who comes close to Taylor Swift, just in terms of that following and her ability to motivate people and mobilize people. But in terms of the data, we have not seen a precedent that matches up to what we're seeing in the data now.
Is there any state out there where you're seeing an unusual spike Forget Taylor Swift's specific endorsement, just in terms of voter participation and registration?
Yeah, this is the remarkable thing. And this sort of goes back to 2 years ago in the Dobbs decision, where after that decision, getting rid of Roe v. Wade effectively, we saw big increases, but it wasn't really around the country. It was in some states, but not in others. What's remarkable about what we've been seeing since Vice President Harris became the nominee is that you're seeing big increases, not just in these so-called purple states, the swing states and battlegrounds that will decide this presidential election, but you're seeing it in red states and blue states. In fact, one of the biggest increases we've seen so far in registration among these younger voters and voters of color is in Louisiana, a state that is incredibly unlikely to be competitive in the presidential election.
Tom Bonnier, thank you for coming. Bye.
All right, so we're gonna get to the Anthony Fantano thing. This is gonna get us into the Elon Musk.
Stop the presses. We just received the most important political endorsement in the world of the year of the election of all time in history. Presidential hopeful Vice President Miss Kamala. I'm going to say it the right way. I'm getting word that she has just been endorsed by Taylor Swift. Whoa! Yeah, if you're somebody who follows both politics and music in the way that I do, this new development is not really all that surprising. I feel like everyone and their mom kind of saw this coming from a million miles away. Not only because Taylor Swift has very publicly endorsed Joe Biden in the past, but also for a period of months now, and we did a video about this on this channel, the right wing has been conspiratorially freaking out about Miss Swift, talking about her like she's some kind of like deep state puppet.
She's like the Voldemort, right?
The fact that she's like being depicted at all these football games makes her like a psyop. And of course, all of this has been like, priming the pump for the eventual claim that she's like, owned by the political class or something. And that's the only reason that she's endorsing the person that we don't like. And look, I'm not here to deny that Miss Swift is very well paid and very well connected in the world of entertainment. That very much obviously is true. But often when people are making these arguments against her, they kind of seem to omit the fact that the guy they want you, the orange freak they want you to vote for instead of Kamala Harris, is a multi-million dollar real estate developer nepo baby rapist piece of shit. If that's not an individual who is very well connected to the world of very rich weirdos, I don't know what is. That he's literally the guy. Either way, Taylor Swift being portrayed in this way by the right wing for months now most likely did not sit well with her. On top of, like she said in her endorsement of Harris on Instagram, she didn't really dig the fact.
Infinite Shay says, is there a reason that Taylor Swift's endorsement is such big news? I know she's popular, but it feels about as important as whatever the royal family is up to. She's like one of the biggest celebrities that exist. I mean, it is, right? I guess like people really care about the royals, right? In the UK and sometimes in the US. I do not care about the royals, and I don't really like politically. I mean, Taylor Swift, whatever. But she does have a very dedicated fan base, and so her endorsement actually does translate into a lot more than just about anybody else's endorsement would be. That being said, I don't think it's that surprising that she's endorsing Kamala Harris. She endorsed Joe Biden in 2020, and it's like if she's endorsing Biden, yeah, she's going to be endorsing Kamala. She was just kind of waiting for the right moment, I think.
That there were fake endorsements of Trump from her spreading around right-wing social media.
And especially when you do this shit to her, especially when Donald Trump tries to commandeer her support with fake images.
Yeah, I mean, just based on the principle of that alone, I can't imagine that Taylor could see herself stomaching having anything to do with Donald Trump. But the real reason I have decided to make this video is because of this freakish tweet that was posted to Twitter. I'm not calling it X, in response to this endorsement.
Do right-wingers think that celebrities aren't allowed to share their opinions No, they can share their opinions if they're Kid Rock or if they're Ted Nugent or if they're John Voight, right? That's fine. But if they're Tom Hanks or I don't know, I'm trying to think of the list of celebrities that right wingers get mad at. Who was it that was at the who was it? Robert De Niro that was like at the Trump sentencing?
From you know him, you love him, Mr. Twitter himself, Elon Musk, who says, "Fine, Taylor, you win. I will give you a child and guard your cats with my life." Which, if you're sort of out of the know here, he's kind of responding to Taylor in a very cheeky fashion, calling herself a childless cat lady. And the reason she does so in her post is because often the right wing.
Oh yeah, Hulk Hogan. He can have
likes
an
to
opinion.
frame women who have the audacity to be over the age of 18 and not be pregnant and married as women who are sad and lonely and just have a ton of cats. In fact, that's kind of been a persistent problem with Donald Trump's vice presidential running mate, JD Couchfucker Vance. I'm explaining the joke to Elon here. Taylor is ironically calling herself a childless cat lady because she does fit that archetype of her not having kids and being over the age of 30, but she's obviously...
Well, yeah, it's like Elon Musk is like taking her seriously at that like that's a problem, because the way it's said by JD Vance is as if it's a problem, right? Childless cat lady. You don't want your country run by childless cat ladies, right? This idea that a woman's role is to reproduce, a woman's role is to procreate, right? And that if you're not doing that, then there must be something wrong with you. Something went wrong with your life. You're very sad. You're very, and you got the cats to that's the meme. That's the meme, that the cats are there because you're sad and you don't have children in your life or this or that. And so therefore, rather than it just being like people live different lives. Some people want kids. Some people do not want kids. Some people have kids when they're young. Some people have kids when they're older. It's fine. It's okay.
Obviously not a very sad, lonely, desperate loser. In fact, she is instead the...
Yeah, Double Dostoevsky says, I mean that K-Hive was super toxic on Twitter, but there's a fair chance that had a lot to do with them being on Twitter. Yeah, I don't even... Oh, wait, are you watching you're watching from the beginning, aren't you? I talked about K-Hive in the... I was about to say that because... I was like, wow, how weird that Double Dostoevsky is talking about K-Hive, considering that I talked about that in the beginning of the stream, but sometimes people start the stream from the beginning, so...
biggest and most famous pop star in the world with a very popular football boyfriend who, if she did eventually want to have kids, I'm sure she would prefer to have them with him over you, Elon, you absolute morally reprehensible freak, and not the good kind of freak too, like me. No, one instead with a breeding fetish who sends horny texts to his employees, and also his own daughter hates his guts and wants essentially nothing to do with him, not just because he's a loser and a transphobic jerk, but what this dude essentially does is just like impregnates various women who, for whatever reason, allow him to, and then barely even takes part in rape.
Well, no, it's worse than that. It's worse than that, right? Because what Elon does actually is impregnates, like Elon asks his employees to have his children. And look, if you have a friend or I'm trying to imagine a situation, right? Like, I don't have problems with people, that might not be married or might not want a relationship, like, having, babies together, right? That's not a problem. But what we're talking about is your boss. Like, can you imagine how this happens? You work at a place, you work at Tesla, you work at SpaceX, you work at Twitter, and you get some kind of communication from your boss that is either like, maybe he starts it with like, we should have dinner sometime. Really, we should have dinner sometime. What, are you going to promote me? Nope. Actually, I've got a different offer in mind. Right? So I would like to impregnate you and have you bear a child. How does that sound, right? It's not exactly, there's less like of an ability to say no. There's a power differential. This person has some power over you, right? So it's not exactly like entirely like of their own free will that this is happening. And lest I remind us, right, that Elon Musk hasn't even got some accusations against him.
Using the damn kids he creates. So yeah, that guy is hopping on Twitter to offer his services to Taylor Swift as if this is all like normal and cool and like not fucking weird at all. When in fact, yeah, it's weird. This guy's a weirdo. The people who like him and think he's cool and based are also weirdos. He's turned Twitter into a right-wing pisshole propaganda cesspool that is shittier than it's ever been. And I feel like I should end this video with, I don't know, a bit of a plea here. Because at this point, I know women probably don't need a whole lot of motivation to vote against Donald Trump this coming November. In fact, my audience doesn't even really have that many women in it generally. Shout out to the ladies who do watch. My audience is mostly dudes, which is fine. And there's a lot of, you know, kind of chill, normie type bros who watch me and get a lot out of my content. Statistically, in this upcoming election, that's exactly the demo of people who are more likely to lean a bit more toward Trump or just kind of be ambivalent toward the political challenges of our time right now. Please take a minute to think about, I don't know, the women in your life, people who aren't you that would most likely be affected in a profound way by another Trump presidency. Not that they haven't already been impacted enough with the, loss of Roe versus Wade, but also, again, think about Trump. Think about the comments of J.D. Vance. Think about what Elon is saying right here with this tweet. These people think absolutely nothing of the women in your life. They are nothing more to them other than baby factories. If they are not doing that, they have no purpose or agency or importance or significance whatsoever. That is literally what they're telling you through their comments, through their tweets, through their interviews. So you should ask yourself, is that how you feel about the women in your life? Your mother, your aunt, your sister, your cousin? Are these people to you beautiful, smart, caring, giving individuals who would leave your life a much darker place were they to disappear from it? Or are they just stupid, mindless baby factories who should be subjugated into complete silence? I mean, if you feel the latter, you should most likely seek out some therapy. But chances are you don't feel that way. And as a result, I feel like, again, it's kind of important that you do what you can to make sure that we don't see a political administration that would make it more likely that these people who you care so much about in your life, I hope you do, that they would see fewer options in front of them for the type of life that they want to lead, other than, that quiet, suffering baby factory option. So I'm gonna leave it there. I don't really have much to say outside of Elon's a freak, and because it's Taylor Swift, it's kind of weirdly music news. As much as I do give Taylor a hard time for being kind of cringe and writing songs about Google Maps stalking her exes, still, because she's so popular and because she's so visible, she does tend to catch the brunt of a lot of very weird, creepy, mainstream sexism just like this, where a multi-billion-dollar social media platform owner is offering to impregnate you. Yeah, that's weird. And I and everybody else with 2 brain cells to rub together is tired of all of your weirdo shit. Over here next to my head is another video that you can check out.
Right, so let's see. We've got a little bit more on this Taylor Swift to watch, and then we're going to get into some more of the Trump coping. Trump went on Sean Hannity. He went in the spin room. There's also a new video of him talking about Haitian migrants. He stepped in doo-doo. And he got his poo-poo on his foot, and now he's like, I'm going to step in the doo-doo harder. Right, that was my problem. When I stepped in the doo-doo, I didn't stomp enough, right? I didn't get enough of the doo-doo splattered all over me, right? So I'm going to stomp really hard. Maybe if I stomp really hard on the doo-doo, it'll have great results, right? That's what he's going to do. I do want to remind us that we got a poll running in the full screen, full stream chat here, and Brianna Wu leaves the left is winning. We've got Breathe Into Your Balls in second place, huh? Interesting. And then AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian in third place, and MTG versus Laura Loomer in fourth place, right? So this only matters if we hit the sub goal. Where's the sub goal at right now? Let's take a look. It's at 21%, so it's pretty respectable. It's pretty decent, and we could definitely hit it, right? What's winning right now? If I add in, yeah, so it's really close right now. If I add in the donations, wait a minute. Oh yeah, there's one person that donated gift subs that I haven't gotten their. Remember, when you donate, it's important, if you want to let me know which of these topics you're voting for, which of these topics you're pulling for, which of these topics you want to see next, and as bonus content. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is by adding it to the poll, which is right down there, or right down there, adding it to the dono amounts, right? See, these plus amounts are like amounts that get added to the poll. And so you could help the topic of your choice win just by donating, right? You could sort of affect it even more. If you remember to let me know if you super chat, if you super sticker, if you get yourself a membership, if you donate memberships to other people, if you're donating to the Throne link, which is right there or right there, depending on which stream you're watching, or you sign up for Patreon, or you are getting yourself a sub or giving subs to other people on Twitch, right? All of this counts towards the dono goal. Anything that's a dono counts for as a, towards the, gets us closer to 100%. And it also gives you the chance to determine which of the bonus content we're actually going to see at the end of the stream, if we do get to see any at all. So, yeah, that's important to mention as well. I remember AJW from my anti-SJW phase. It's been much too long. Wow. How long has AJW been making videos, I wonder? His channel's pretty big. But yeah, we got more, about the Taylor Swift voter registration drive. I'm going to take a pee while I'm doing this. Wait, where are we at? Yeah. Yeah, I do need to pee, so.
Very excited to be joined this morning by our two panelists. On the left and the right, we've got Parker Short, who is the president of the Georgia Young Dems, and we also have Avita Duffy, who is the host of the Bongino Report. Got a couple topics we wanted to dive into with you guys. Welcome.
Wait, the Bongino Report, as in, wait, what's his name, like Dan Bongino? Is that what we're talking about here?
I'm glad to have you this morning.
Good to see you guys.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, of course. So we got big news the night after the debate.
So I think Breaking Points is trying to do a Zoomer panel. I think that's their goal, right? They're talking about like younger voters. They're talking about Taylor Swift. And so they were like, we're going to bring the Zoomers on. Let's get some Zoomers. Let's get some Zoomer energy into here. And oh my gosh, this is a little bit awkward. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Like that night during the post aftermath of the debate, that Taylor Swift had come out and endorsed Kamala Harris, describing herself as a childless cat lady. Parker, let me start with you. I'm sure you're happy about this news. How significant do you think that this will be for the Kamala Harris campaign?
I'm not particularly a Taylor Swift fan, but I do appreciate somebody who uses their platform for a good purpose. I kind of did expect this because she has been very outspoken before. If you will go out there and endorse Phil Bredesen in Tennessee in 2018, then you will go out there and get behind Kamala Harris, who's one of the most exciting nominees that the party has seen in a while. I will say I think the most impactful part of this is not Taylor Swift convincing voters that wouldn't vote or that we're going to vote for Trump. It is instead reaching out to new folks. Last year, when she promoted the voter registration link on National Voter Registration Day, it was a 40,000 people increase. It was much more than last year. That was the last highest voter registration bump before Kamala got in the race. And then last night, we saw more than 300,000 people click on her link. I think the thing that's going to make the difference this election in states like North Carolina and Georgia, where I have both lived, and is new voters coming in, people on college campuses, people getting engaged that are being touched by people like Taylor Swift that are using their platform for what I think is a good reason.
Avita, to bolster Parker's point here, let's go ahead and put the third element up on the screen. He mentioned the number of visitors that her voter registration link received in the hours after she endorsed. So her link to register to vote brought in 306,000 visitors to vote.gov. So, obviously it did something in terms of people being interested in registering to vote. And presumably, since she endorsed Kamala Harris, many of those people will plan to vote for Kamala Harris. What do you think of the significance of this, or do you think that it's very significant?
I tend to actually agree with Parker that I'm not sure it's going to be wildly, significant to this election. I think what was interesting is I didn't feel like her heart was really in it. I mean, there hasn't been a rally with Kamala and Taylor. She hasn't put on a concert for her. It was just an Instagram post. And the Instagram post was also kind of flirting with both sidesism at the beginning. In the end, she sort of said, vote for who you think would make the best president. And so it was not as strong as I think people are making it out to be. And you have that on top of the fact that she said her reason for endorsing Kamala is because she wants to combat misinformation. And a lot of people know that during a NATO meeting 4 years ago, the Pentagon's Psychological Operations Unit floated this idea of turning Taylor Swift into an asset for combating so-called misinformation. So I think there's something really interesting going on there.
So you think Taylor's a deep state plant? Is that what you're suggesting?
I like
well,
it. If you do, I like it.
has floated the idea. So I mean, it's possible. And she cited misinformation in her statement, which I think is really interesting.
Okay.
But the other thing I want to say is that I think that young people are a lot more animated with the real issues than just a celebrity endorsement. Trump forced Kamala last night to say that she loves Israel, she supports Israel, she stands with Israel after he accused her of saying she hates Israel. So that to young people is going to be really significant as we look at what's happening in Gaza, and a lot of especially socially conscious left-wing people who I think Kamala would consider her base are really going to be alienated by that kind of rhetoric. I think that's more important to young people than a Taylor Swift endorsement.
Well, Parker, what do you make of that? Because Avita's just, I'm assuming, giving like a political analysis. I believe we'd spoken previously last time we saw you in Chicago, and that's something Crystal and Ryan have been talking a lot about as well. If anything, she's probably as forceful on the issue, at least on the substance, that Joe Biden is. Do you think that's going to be a problem for her? Like, what do you see with younger voters?
Well, younger voters care a lot about different issues. And again, I don't speak for all younger voters, but I will agree with your other guest. She started off by agreeing with me, and I do think she has a point. It's more about the policy. I watched that debate last night, and I saw Kamala Harris finally talk about a lot of policy issues that matter to me. I like the opportunity economy stuff, and I was frustrated by her pandering to parts of the American electorate through the way that she talks about the genocide that is occurring in Gaza. And I think she has shown me some hope at points on that issue by meeting with the Uncommitted movement, by trying to reach out to young voters. It is clear to me there's one candidate on the ballot that cares about human rights and does have at least some care for the human lives that are being lost in Gaza. Donald Trump does not care. And yes, he did force her and push her to that position. But I think that kind of shows the difficult position that our American politics is in, where it is so Israel has such power to the point where you can't really go out there in mainstream politics and, be on a presidential debate stage, because AIPAC really is scary. Ask Andy Levin, who is, I went to University of Michigan. He's Jewish. He stood up for what was right, and they elected somebody far more pro-war to his seat. I think that she is trying her best on the issue, but her best is definitely not enough. There's a lot that I would like to see. And I think that debate was her attempt to kind of, yes, find that middle ground and debate with Trump, but I didn't appreciate it. But I will say, as I said, there is one candidate that cares about human rights in the Middle East, and I'm very close with Ruah Roman. And I think she would love to come on y'all's show. She is a state representative from Georgia. She's the only Palestinian elected official in the state of Georgia. And we talk about this issue a lot. And for her, a Trump presidency looks like more of her family dying overseas. And it really is terrible. And Kamala needs to step up. And Ruah should have been a speaker at the DNC. That was a missed opportunity for the DNC to say, hey, let's hear Palestinian voices. I appreciate that Kamala could sit down with the uncommitted movement and hear their voices, but there is a lot more that needs to be done. However, in Georgia, our rights are under attack every single day. People are dying in Georgia hospitals because they don't have access to reproductive rights. And that is front mind for a lot of voters. And I know Ruah and I are both dedicated to electing Kamala, as frustrating as her position on the issue can be.
Vita, that is a key point that that Parker raises, is that the issue of abortion, I would say equally animating probably to younger voters. What do you think then about Trump's answers on the issue of abortion during that debate, which arguably could be just as consequential in swinging voters as well?
Well, it's an interesting question, because I've really been disillusioned with the way that Trump has handled the abortion question over the last month or two. He's really turned the GOP much more to the pro-choice side than I would like as a pro-life person. Parker said that Kamala is somebody who cares about human rights, and in my opinion, killing unborn children in the womb is the epitome of spitting on human rights. I think that is something that is egregious. And I liked that Trump during the debate, for the first time, really started to put some pressure on Kamala and how radical the Democrats are with their pro-abortion stance. I think a lot of Americans think abortion is safe, legal, rare. It's done in the early stages. And the reality is that Democrats have, in Democrat-controlled states, permitted abortion at all stages. That's just a fact. You had the fact checkers come in and say, oh, this isn't true. There's no abortions after a baby is born. That actually has happened. There are 5 instances of this happening on the record. You can go to the Daily Signal. They've reported it out. But the truth is that Democrat states, when they have that option, will allow abortion at all stages. And this is a radical stance that I think most Americans don't agree with. And the other thing that I'll mention about human rights is I'm not really sure, and I don't really think a lot of young people are sure, that Kamala is going to bring peace to the world if she's in office, because we have right now the carnage that Trump also mentioned during the debate in Ukraine. And Kamala is not committed to ending this war. She's not committed to a peace deal. There is suffering. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people are dying because America keeps us in this, funding this battle that even Zelensky has now recently come out and said, we need to take a step back. We need to start negotiating a peace deal of some kind. I think that's really short-sighted. I think it shows a real disrespect for human life, and perhaps a symbol that Kamala is,
oh my God,
is in bed with the military-industrial complex, which makes money off of human lives being lost.
And I came back just for Kamala being in bed with the military-industrial complex. So what's the deal again? She's from the Bongino report. She's the right-winger. I guess he's the left-winger. Sorry about that, chat. I had to make a smoothie. I didn't realize, I was so hungry. Chat was talking about food again. I was like, okay, I gotta have some. So oh no, I made my smoothie too thick. I made my smoothie, it's frozen. Oh no, chat. Anyway, it's better than a smoothie that's too thin. Maybe the woman on the left is from the Bongino report. I think you're right. Yeah, 5 on record of abortions after birth. Oh wait, you mean the 5 on Fox? We're gonna be watching some of that. Oh, 5 instances. I'm sorry. You're not talking about Fox News there. She talked about 5 post-birth abortions, but said nothing about them. Look, conservative Zoomers are like weirdo mode, okay? That's the thing, is that okay, so here, let me dispel a myth, all right? Sometimes you hear that Gen Z is super right-wing. They love Trump and yada, 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 yada. Yes, there are people like that on 4chan. There are people like that have Nick Fuentes posters in their bedroom, probably thumbtacked to the ceiling, even, right? But they don't get along with other Zoomers. and they are not the majority of Generation Z. So that's very important to keep in mind. Generation Z is the most progressive generation yet. Overall, they're more accepting of gay people, of trans people, less racist, right? So it's important to keep that in mind, right? However, the Gen Z people that are right wing tend to be like really, really far to the right, really, really far to the right. Like you're either, you know what I mean? You're either like a socialist or, I mean, this is the stereotype that you're either a socialist or you're a Nazi. You're a Gen Z and you're interested in, and a lot of Gen Z people are not interested in politics or do not have, well-formed political viewpoints or don't entirely get.
Lost.
Parker, you want to respond there?
Well, I really would like to talk about Ukraine.
But yeah, I'm so sorry for missing like this interesting interview. Pro-life Zoomer, and that's a bit weird. Yeah, I mean, they do exist. They do exist.
Because I do think it is interesting, but first I'm going to talk about abortion because this is not something that we should beat around the bush on. We talk about human rights, and I hear where your panelist is coming from.
Okay, I mean, that's not it. I feel like I gave you the wrong, like, I just realized that my description of Zoomers, like, erases the Adam Mocklers, erases the Luke Beasleys, right? There are plenty of, just kind of shit libs, Gen Z people as well.
This is personal for a lot of people, but again, it is a personal choice. And in Georgia, abortion is banned at 6 weeks, as it is in South Carolina, as it is in many places all over the country.
It's a perfect name for a sports channel.
And every single day, women are dying in Georgia because they don't have access to proper reproductive care. And reproductive care and women's rights are human rights. And, I have a girlfriend, we're very serious. We talk about having a kid and she's scared to be pregnant in Georgia because you can't get proper medical care. I think human rights is people being able to have self-determination and the choice about their own bodies. And while I respect you and your opinions, you can make that decision about your body. We are at a point in our lives and in our country where Donald Trump and the Republican appointed majority on the Supreme Court has taken away rights from people all across the country. And the truth is that
Chat, anybody ever had a Frosty from Wendy's?
Majority of Americans.
One in chat if you know what I'm talking about. One in chat if you're a Frosty drinker.
Actually want to restore those rights. I know you said that a majority don't feel that way. It's not true. Because you look at Kansas, they voted to protect abortion rights. You look at Michigan, they voted to protect abortion rights. On November 5th in Florida, they have the opportunity to protect abortion rights because they have a 6-week ban.
Wait, vanilla? I think I always got the chocolate.
Most women don't know they're pregnant.
Actually, I wasn't even aware they had vanilla.
Ends up preventing people from getting reproductive care, criminalizes health care. Doctors are unable to provide the care that women need, and they often put the health of the mother at risk. That's going to be on the ballot. Donald Trump's not going to vote for it.
Yeah.
This is actually
I think that is as clear as it can be. Also, marijuana is on the ballot in Florida.
That's right.
Statewide. And
Trump
I was
came out
very
in support of
impressed
that one.
that Kamala Harris came out in favor of marijuana legalization recently.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get.
Brain freeze! Brain freeze! Dip it in fries, hell yeah. Or dip fries in it. Yeah. My brain just froze. Oh my god, my brain froze. My brain is frozen. My brain is frozen.
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, I feel like we gotta switch gears now away from Taylor Swift to Trump doubles down on cat eating claims. There we go. Trump doubles down on cat eating claims. Let's see what this is about.
Are using this app, think of it, to bring thousands and thousands of people here illegally. Over the past 3.5 years, Harris-Biden administration has resettled 500,000 illegal immigrants from the failed state of Haiti, which is a totally failed country, very sad situation, into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane. Think of that. And they're coming out of Haiti, and they're coming out of other failed countries at levels that nobody has ever seen before. In addition to Aurora, Colorado, there's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000 people, destroying their entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's horrible what's happened. Enrollment of the state's Medicaid and food assistance.
Wait, unflavored protein powder, others are too sweet. Wait, you can get protein powder at Wendy's?
Motor vehicle accidents have skyrocketed. Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese. They take in the geese. You know where the geese are? In the park.
Oh, no.
In the lake.
Oh, no.
And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog's been stolen. This can only happen. These people are the worst. I'm telling you, Biden and Kamala.
You replace shithole countries with failed countries?
This is the worst combination in the history of our country. The only one happy is Jimmy Carter, because he's no longer referred to as the worst president in history.
That's thanks to you, jackass. That's you. That's you, Donald.
Not even close. Likewise, the small 4,000-person town of Charleroi, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Charleroi. What a beautiful name. But it's not so beautiful now. Has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. So Pennsylvania, remember this when you have to go to vote. Okay, just remember this. 2,000% increase. This is a small town. All of a sudden, they got thousands of people. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students who don't.
Hey, Shorts Chat, guess what? My computer just broke again, and I just dumped everybody off of Twitch and off of YouTube. Isn't this a great day? Isn't this a wonderful day? But at least I've got you, Shorts Chat. For whatever reason, Shorts Chat does not get dumped, so that's a good thing. I'll be happy about that. Let me just fix everything. So people will probably be coming in from the full scale stream or from Twitch into Shorts Chat before I get the other stream back up. I just have to get the title fed into here. Here we go. Title fed in. And then saved. Update all. All right, then we start the stream again. Like that. God, of all the times for this to happen, too. If you don't know, this is like this is a time where there's other popular channels that have a show where they all get together and have conversations about the goings-on during the week. So it's kind of a difficult time for me. I only have to stream, like I normally don't stream on Thursday for that reason, but this week I sort of have to because I've missed too many streams. And I've got to stream on Thursday. So let's see, what are we doing? We need that. Not that. Go like that, and then go like that, and then go like that. We'll be up and running, hopefully in a very short time. All right, so opening up that stream. Get There we go. Sorry about the outage, chat. Look, I really don't want to say it, but it does feel like I'm going to have to get a new computer. There's too many problems happening. This isn't even all of it. There's just like a lot my computer is not really handling right now, so. There we go. We have a thumbnail. And we dumped the poll too, unfortunately. We dumped the poll. Sorry about that. Twitch, are we good? Let me know in chat. YouTube, it looks like we're good on YouTube. And let's see right here. What else am I looking for? Yeah, there we go. There's Shorts. We back. Well, Shorts, you didn't drop, did you, Shorts? Shorts, are you okay? You might have dropped a few. It looks like we lost a few viewers in Shorts, so.
Speak not a word of English, costing local taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the town is virtually bankrupt.
We're gonna rewind it.
People
maybe I should just like wait for people to get back. Yeah, again, it's a very difficult night to stream, and the way that streaming works is it's kind of like a snowball, right? And if the snowball is big, then it's no problem. It doesn't even matter. Right? If I can start my stream early enough, then it doesn't even matter because like the stream is so big and it's like pulling people in from everywhere. But if you ever get into the point on a Thursday night where the snowball is small, you get stuck. It's really bad. It's really brutal. And Twitch doesn't crash nearly as much. Well, here's what happens, Omega Star. Twitch crashes along with YouTube, but it picks right back up. It'll usually combine in fact, let's see exactly what it did tonight. What's up, Will, Florida? I'm kind of curious how it went. Did it start a new stream? Either way, on Twitch you can stay in the stream, right? On Twitch and on Shorts you can stay in the stream if anything ever goes down. Yeah, it did start a new stream. Interesting. Regardless, thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting me. Well, I don't know. Like maybe we sent out a new notification. Maybe that's a good thing. I can see some people that weren't here before. If you don't know what's going on, my stream just crashed. My computer is very old and it somehow just like times out and it kills the YouTube stream in a way that it just can't can't reattach, right? It's supposed to YouTube is supposed to, if you ever like get disconnected, it's supposed to like when you get back on, it's supposed to just like, cut. You can stay in the same chat, in other words, right? With me, because of my streaming software, if the stream goes down from a stream that I've planned, right? So in other words, a stream that you see ahead of time that there's going to be a stream today, right? If you see that, then basically if the stream goes down, it's a brand new stream that has to come back up. So you can't stay in the same chat. You've got to go to the different stream. Let me make sure that we're all good in terms of the people that are on. Looks like that stream did indeed time out. Let's give them the link for this one. If somebody hasn't already done that. Oh, it already disconnected. God damn it. All right, well, I'm having a great day. We lost the poll. When that happens, that's the other thing that's really annoying. It looks like Brianna Wu leaves the left. Oh my god, gotta like write this down. I don't even know what to do. All right, look. That's what we had. 35% for Brianna Wu leaves the left. 24% for Breathe Into Your Balls. 22% for AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian. 20% for MTG Laura Loomer. And the only thing that I had down, right, we're at 21% of the dono goal. That's a little bit more than 1/5 of the way there. And the only thing, oh, wait. I just saw something. Will, Florida, you donated some memberships earlier. I'm wondering which of these topics you want to see next, right? Because here's the deal. When you donate, not only do you push our dono goal forward and get us closer to 100%, you make it more likely for us to get bonus content in the first place, but you also get to choose what to do with your donation. So when you donate, you can add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice. All you got to do is let me know in the chat which of the topics that you want to see as bonus content. We've got Brianna Wu Leaves the Left combined with Brianna Wu yells at Chud Logic for some reason. We've got Breathe Into Your Balls. Yes. We got Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Laura Loomer. Maybe Laura Loomer's a little too racist for Marjorie Taylor Greene. And we've got Actual Justice Warrior Simps for Anna Kasparian. Those are our choices. You can also say Vox Populi if you're just like, hey, whatever everybody's voting for, that's what I want, right? Then your Vox Populi actually helps the thing that's winning in the poll win in the final vote, right? It takes emphasis away from the donations and puts emphasis back towards the chat. So that's how it works. And when you donate, you have you were gifted. Oh, did I miss that? Okay. Oh my God. Will it show me if I click? Oh, it won't show me. It won't show me. I don't know who gave those gift subs. Well, if it's you, so this also goes for if you gifted earlier and you either I didn't have the poll up, or you didn't realize that was a thing or whatever. You can always say this retroactively. You could always say that's retroactively, but yeah, Will is correcting me. Will was gifted a membership rather than gifting. That's very honest of you. You could have just taken credit for all of that, and I would not have known the difference.
Destroying their entire way of life. This was a.
All right, let's start over.
Using this app, think of it.
Let's start over with Trump.
Are using this app, think of it, to bring thousands and thousands of people here illegally. Over the past 3.5 years, Harris-Biden administration has resettled 500,000 illegal immigrants from the failed state of Haiti, which is a totally failed country, very sad situation, into American communities, including over 200,000 who Kamala has illegally flown into the United States by airplane. Think of that. And they're coming out of Haiti, and they're coming out of other...
Donald, they're refugees. It is a human rights issue when someone's life is in danger because of the country that they live in, particularly in the case of a country like Haiti, in which the United States has a lot to do with the political problems in Haiti. If you don't understand, if you don't know about this, right? The government of Haiti is not a government of, for, and by the people of Haiti. It's a government imposed upon Haiti by the United States that it does not have the popular mandate. That's why there are political problems in Haiti, right? Because of us. So the moral thing to do, the human thing to do, when people's lives are fucking in danger because of your foreign policy, is to give those people refugee status, right? Some of those people in that video that we watched yesterday, they want to be back in Haiti. Their home is in Haiti. They don't want to leave Haiti, but they had to leave Haiti because it's too fucking dangerous. It's too fucking dangerous to be there right now. So what Trump is advocating for is a monstrous Hitlerian policy of allowing people to die because of decisions made by the United States. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Failed countries at levels that nobody has ever seen before. In addition to Aurora, Colorado, there's a place called Springfield, Ohio, that you've been reading about. 20,000 illegal Haitian immigrants have descended upon the town of 58,000 people, destroying their entire way of life. This was a beautiful community, and now it's horrible what's happened. Enrollment of the state's Medicaid and food.
I love how he acts like Haiti has no history and there's no reason. Yeah, that she just randomly was like, hey, let's fly over some Haitians and resettle them in Springfield so they can eat the geese and eat people's cats.
Assistance programs have soared. Motor vehicle accidents have skyrocketed. Recording of 911 calls even show residents are reporting that the migrants are walking off with the town's geese.
The town's geese? Does he not understand how geese work? Donald, they're migratory birds. They're called Canada geese or Canadian geese because during the summer, they tend to live in Canada, and during the winter, they fly south. The town's geese, really, the town's geese. Yes, you just like if you live in the Midwest, all right, you've experienced the absolute plague that is the Canada goose. All right, they come in, they go to the lakes, you know, in the town. They poop all over the place. You can't walk because there's too much poop, right? This is not like, oh, the town's geese. Oh, what are you gonna do? I'm gonna go out and hang out with the town's geese. Let's feed some geese. No, nobody, like these birds fucking take over. They take, like, the funny thing, right, is that we're talking about like migrants from, you know, Haiti. We're talking about essentially like, you know, actually refugees from Haiti, demonizing the fuck out of them, saying that they're like fucking up the neighborhood, when in actuality, the geese are fucking up the entire Midwest, and they do it every single fucking year. And it's an animal, okay? It's a wild animal that migrates, actually. Funny enough, you know, migrant, right? Migratory birds is what we're talking about, not the town's geese, not some sort of like town treasure, not some sort of like, oh yes, we have a nice little pond and we populate it with geese because we want to have geese. No, these are Canada geese, right? And they are wild animals. And you know what? I don't know if you know this, but Americans are known to hunt birds, shoot birds, and take the birds home and eat them. This is a normal thing. I don't do it. I don't eat meat, but other people do. And I've been told all my life that I am the weird one for not eating animals, right? They keep on saying this, like they're eating animals. They're eating the animals. The animals are getting eaten. Oh my God, Donald, how many animals did you eat today? How many animals did you eat today? You're acting like people in the United States don't eat animals. Are we a vegan country? What are you talking about, bro? This doesn't make any sense. None of this fucking makes sense.
They take in the geese. You know where the geese are? In the park, in the lake. And even walking off with their pets. My dog's been taken. My dog.
Hey, let me mention something else, right? Pets run away. Pets go missing. Pets get hit by cars, right? A pet missing does not indicate that a person from Haiti has eaten it, all right? It means that the animal's missing. God fucking damn it. This is just...
This can only happen. These people are the worst. I'm telling you.
They're eating the animals, folks. They're the worst. Donald Trump, he's vegan for the animals, apparently.
Biden and Kamala, this is the worst combination in the history of our country. The only one happy is Jimmy Carter, because he's no longer referred to as the worst president in history.
Yeah, Donald hates dogs, famously hates dogs.
Not even close.
Does he realize this BS sounds crazy? Here's the bad thing about this, chat. This isn't going to help him. All right? The Aurora thing might help him. That could be a positive for him, right? They successfully, like, you know, spammed that meme, right? That the Venezuelan gangs, like, people are scared of gangs. People are scared of, you know, people are xenophobic. People are scared of crime. Right, that's real, right? Like, in terms of, you can get a reaction, you can demagogue that, right? But you can't demagogue they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, because they're obviously not. But what you can do is get people that were already going to vote for Trump to be genocidal towards Haitians. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm actually not worried about this having, like, this is probably going to hurt Trump in the election, right? It's probably going to make him sound silly, unpresidential, etc., right? It's a net loser for him. It doesn't win him any new voters, but it's putting people in danger. It's putting people, and the people that came from existential danger, people who came from a life-threatening situation, and now their lives are threatened again because of political instability. thanks to demagogic assholes like this guy.
Likewise, the small 4,000 person town of Charleroi, Pennsylvania.
Canadian geese are a protected species by law? Mark Sprinkle, are you from the Midwest? Canada geese don't need protection. All right? They are protection. If you've ever been close to a goose, right? Close enough for the goose to feel threatened, you have probably been viciously attacked and bitten and fucked up. Like, those geese will go for you. If you have balls, those geese will go for your balls. Those geese will bite your fucking balls, right? Those geese don't need to be protected by shit. Like, that. Wow, that's the wildest thing you could say. They're a protected species. They're a protected species. We gotta protect our national treasure that poops all over the lake. Yeah, we gotta protect. If you know, you know, right? If you lived in the Midwest, you know that the Canada goose is not a snowflake that needs protection. It is not it's not in danger. It is a fucking menace. It is a fucking menace. Today I actually spoke to someone who called Haitians savages, like Disney's Pocahontas. Damn. And they were absolutely serious. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Soapy says I'm vegan too, so anyone who eats animals is equally weird to me, right? Right? That's the whole thing. It's like, right? I don't eat animals myself, but I'm the weird one. Don't give the Trump campaign more fodder. What about the geese? Not in Minnesota. We have a very long hunting season.
What a beautiful name.
I don't know if anybody hunts Canadian. Do people hunt Canadian geese? I don't know if they're good to eat. I just like, look, when I imagine geese, like, it just takes me back to a place. They have shiny metallic poop, okay? And if you've ever gotten it on your shoe or on your clothes, you know, right? It is disgusting shit. They have this shiny, like, metallic poop, right? And so when I think of geese, I think of that shiny metallic poop, and I cannot for the life of me imagine anyone trying to eat a Canadian goose.
But it's not so beautiful.
They are tasty? Wait, really?
Has experienced a 2,000% increase in the population of Haitian migrants under Kamala Harris. So Pennsylvania...
Again, this is because of the economy. There's a factory there that can't hire enough workers, and so has been bringing in, like, Haitian immigrants. This is not a government thing. This is not a Kamala Harris thing. This is literally the economy. Midwestern towns are hollowed out because the auto industry, you know, kind of, it's not what it used to be, right? And so all the little cities around there, they're cities that used to have industries based on the auto industry, right? They make the cars in Detroit. They make the windows in South Bend. They make the doors and the windows in South Bend. They make, you're right, all these other towns, all these satellite towns, like close to Detroit, they make other stuff that goes into the cars. They make auto parts, right? And so that business went downhill too, right? So they got deindustrialized, right? And a lot of people, if they could, they moved out of those towns. They moved out of those cities. They moved somewhere else, right? If you're young, you don't want to be there because now and then you got a bunch of old people that are voting right wing. Nobody wants to be there. So, like, if you're young, you're getting out of there too. You're going to college somewhere else. Like, you're getting the fuck away from there. And so there's just, like, the populations have gone, like, way downhill, right? So now they've got industry there because it's cheap to have a plant there, and they don't have workers for that plant. So they bring in workers. The capitalist, the factory owner, brings in workers. The city, the politicians, they bring in workers because they need workers. They've got industry now. Now they need workers to make the fucking economy work, right? It's the market that did this. It's not Kamala Harris. It's not Joe Biden. It is political instability caused by the United States, caused by United States foreign policy, right? And that just displaced these people. And it is the market that has brought them into that city, the market that needs their skills, that needs those workers in that area. That's what's going on. A fucking dying town brought in workers to jumpstart the economy. All right?
Remember this when you have to go to vote. Okay, just remember this. 2,000% increase. This is a small town. All of a sudden, they got thousands of people. The schools are scrambling to hire translators for the influx of students who don't speak not a word of English, costing local taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the town is virtually bankrupt. This flood of illegal aliens is also bringing massive crime to the town and every place near it.
Pepsi Man says we don't have enough people and white and families to fail to have sufficient children. Well, yeah, and when you do, look, let me be real. As one of those children, I'm one of those children. I'm one of those children. All right. I read the writing on the wall, and I got the fuck out. Right? I'm from there. I'm from there. I know exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I know about Canada geese. Right? This is why I know that they don't need protection. Right? They're not an endangered species. They fucking take over the lakeside is what they do. Honestly, right? So yeah, this is like. It is a depressed kind of place. It is a sad kind of place, right? Like the industrial engine in Detroit that fired the economy in the Midwest, like just crashed. And it's not a good place to be. It doesn't have prospects. It doesn't have a future, right? So if you can, you get out. If you can go to college somewhere else, you go to college somewhere else, and you set down. There's so many Midwesterners. Like on the West Coast, on the East Coast, everywhere, anywhere they can be, other than the Midwest, because the Midwest has gone to shit. And now that it's gone to shit, and all of us kids have gone other places, right? When the land or the whatever, the factory, whatever you have to do to build a factory becomes so cheap that industry like moves back into there. Now there's nobody to work those jobs, right? Everybody's like a retiree. Everybody's either a retiree or they don't want to watch they don't want to work those jobs, right? So they bring people in to work those jobs, which should kind of bring the town's economy back to life. And now you got demagogue Trump being like, stoking people's fears.
Earlier this year in Massachusetts, one of the Haitian illegals who Kamala flew into America was charged with raping a 15-year-old girl and badly hurting her.
And that's all that has to happen. One incident. Even that, I'm like doubtful because it's Trump saying it. I'm a little doubtful. Like, did that really happen, Trump? Is that really the truth? Did that really happen? But all it takes is one like Haitian like crashing with a bus, right? To be like, oh yeah, I guess this is what Haitians do, right? Remember, like I think 25 to 30% of that town is because of how many people have left, right? And how many people they needed to move in to run those factories, right? Is Haitian. So like 1 out of 3 people in that town are Haitian. So when one of those 1 out of 3 people in the town gets in a wreck with a bus, the entirety of that population, the entirety of that group is blamed. Now it's like Haitians crash buses and kill white kids. Like, I don't know what the fuck this is, right? But you sure as fuck don't see this happen. Automobile accidents, like the second or third top killer in the country. As far as like causes of death, automobile accident is way the fuck up there, right? So this is happening all the time, usually with like, citizens that when it's a white person that's a citizen that causes the wreck, then it's just, you never see, oh God, white people always killing kids in buses, right? But when it's part of the Haitian community, then it's like, oh yeah, that's what they do, isn't it? They're all doing that, right? The whole group fucking gets blamed, right? One violent crime happens, perpetrated by a member of that community, and now the whole community is regarded as violent criminals. How fucked up is that? Can you imagine if this worked the other way? Can you imagine if people started to like fear and hate like, white citizens of the United States because of a white citizen of the United States perpetrating a violent crime or getting in a car wreck or something like that? I mean, there's a lot more evidence on that side. There's a lot more of occurrences of violent crimes being committed by people like that than there are the other way around. But it never works like that. It's never like that. There's never this group punishment. There's never this group guilt for the group, in power. So This is so frustrating.
Also in Massachusetts, a Haitian migrant was charged with raping a pregnant woman and beating her very badly. Yet another Haitian migrant who she imported was arrested for molesting a 10-year-old child who lived right next door. The child.
If I wanted to, I could go off about priests right now. And I bet you could imagine what I'd say, right? If we want to talk about like groups of people perpetrating, crimes like the one that he just described, there's a lot of that going on in not just the Catholic Church, but churches in general. There's a lot of that going on in scouting, right? They had a big scandal about that, right? I mean, what? There's so many relatives, right? Are the most common perpetrators of that kind of crime. Should you be suspicious of your relative? Should you be like, yo, my relatives, fuck them, right? Fuck them. I heard about a relative of that harmed a child. It's so fucking wild what he's trying to do here. Daniel Laster says it isn't one incident. Daniel, do you know what isn't one incident? Automobile fatality. Let's find out. How many people in the year automobile fatalities 2023. Or 40,990 people died in motor vehicle traffic crashes in 2023. That's a decrease from 2022 of 42,514. Right? Top causes of death. Leading causes of death, CDC. Heart disease, no, it's number 1. Cancer, number 2. Accidents, unintentional injuries, number 3. Now, this probably includes, oh God, I wish they would separate it out. But I'm sure like a lot of the most of these 222 or 227,000 are automobile accidents. Yeah, COVID was actually number 4. COVID was number 4. It's kind of amazing that they don't separate out automobile accidents, considering that they just like lump it all together as accidents, but
Child next door was badly hurt. In New York this year, an illegal brought in through Kamala's Migrant phone app was charged with savagely murdering his 2 roommates. He had 2 roommates set up by the people that set that up in this country. Welcome. They go, welcome. What would you like? Oh, I'd like to have a nice room. Okay, we'll give you 2 roommates. Viciously stabbing them to death. But these are just a few of the many, many stories.
There was an American named Amanda Knox who was charged with a brutal murder in Italy. Whether or not she did it is actually the subject of a lot of controversy. They had several trials. One of the trials found her guilty. I think later, there's an appeal and she was found not guilty, right? But for a while in Italy, like American students were regarded with like a little bit of trepidation. Not like this though. Not quite like this, right? And it's silly. It's silly. It's silly to be like, yeah, every American student studying in Italy, potential knife murderer. Like, you got to watch out for those American students. They'll stab you. They'll fucking stab you, right? Amanda Knox, come on, right? Like, this is so silly. This is so fucking silly. I mean, it would be silly if it wasn't for the fact that people will probably die because of the bullshit that's coming out of this man's asshole lips right now.
Hundreds and hundreds.
The literal excrement that this guy is extruding out of his...
There are thousands of sores. They're coming in from all over the world, from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and many tourists at numbers that we have never seen before. You've never seen these numbers before, Art. You never saw these numbers before. Have you? You've never seen anything like this. This is unique, at least with you. It's unique. We cannot let this happen to our country. It will not end.
Chet, I got to be honest. This is winding me up more than I thought it would. And it's not even like something where it's like I'm not. It's not just like it's real. It's real. It's dangerous. It's gonna hurt people. He's gonna hurt people. Like, this is all the more reason. This is all the more reason, chat. Regardless of what you think about Kamala Harris, and my opinion of Kamala Harris at this point is not very high. All right. But if you live in a swing state, you should seriously consider weaponizing your vote to make sure this monster never gets in power again. This shit is too fucking dangerous. He has hurt too many people already, and I don't want to see him hurt more people. That's about the most emphatic exhortation that you're going to get from me as far as get out the vote. Because like I said, I'm not excited about the Democrats. I'm not excited about Kamala Harris. She leaves a lot to be desired. There's a lot of her policies that I think also harm people, right? In Gaza and she doesn't stand up for immigrants the way that I wish she would, right? There's no more pathway to citizenship. There's no more talk of DACA. There's just capitulation to Donald Trump. However, the one thing that I know she won't do is stir up hatred against vulnerable people to get them fucking killed, like this asshole's doing right now. No, we got to put an end to this. November 5th, chat, we put an end to MAGA. We put an end to this monstrosity. We put an end to this affront against humanity. We shut the door on him forever, and we nail that bitch shut. He is never coming out. Anybody that's ever fucking voted, for Trump, anybody that's a MAGA supporter, got a red hat, you are fucking dead to me. You are dead to me. Right? I don't want anything to do with you. You can live out the rest of your sad life remembering that you enabled this fucking monster over here.
End well unless Donald J. Trump is elected the 47th president of the United States. Thank you. All right, we'll get him out. We'll get it ready.
We'll get you out.
We'll bring back our country in many ways. That's one way. But to me, that's like one of the most important.
Look, Chad, the other thing about this guy is if he doesn't get reelected, he's gonna get an ankle bracelet slapped on him. He's gonna get massive fines. He might even go to jail, right? The only way that happens is if he doesn't get reelected. Him getting into presidency again is his ticket to avoiding any consequences for any of his actions. He's hurt a lot of people, and he needs to fucking pay.
Ways. Well, we'll also stop.
Make him pay November 5th.
World War III. That's
with your vote.
There has never been an invasion like this in any country. There's never been an invasion like this. There's never been a border like this. No matter where you go in the world throughout history, there's never been a border like this. And the fake news media will correct me if that's the case. I'll tell you what, there's never been anything like what's happening to our country in history, because no leader of a country
All right, thanks for cutting me off there, Forbes. I can't take any more of this. I can't fucking take any more of this. And I mean, I can't take any more of this, right? He needs to fucking go. He needs to go. He needs to be swept into the dustbin of history, never to return again. I am so done with Trump. I am so done with MAGA. I am so done with fucking MAGA supporters. I am so done with little baby fascists running around here in their shitty red hats, thinking that we can be just as, you know, that they can fucking gaslight us into another 4 years with this monster. Fuck that and fuck them. Really hoping he loses and doesn't come back in 2028. Yeah, no, there's no chance. There's actually no chance. He's cooked. Look, if he doesn't win it, this is why he's running. This is why he's running. He's running to escape culpability for his crimes. He's committed crimes. He's been indicted for many of them. And he's even been convicted of some of them, right? And if he does not get back into the White House, he will be convicted of more, because that guy's a fucking criminal.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody.
All right, Chad, this is about as much of this as I can take. We're going to do Piers Morgan after this. And then, I don't know, if we don't hit the sub goal, I'm probably going to go to bed pretty soon. We are 21% of the way there, so it's possible. Again, last night, I didn't think we were going to hit the sub goal. It was kind of, you know, slow start and everything. So there's every chance. And look, I probably need something to distract me from this. It would be awesome to cover any of these topics. Actual justice warriors simping for Anna Kasparian, right-wingers telling you to breathe into your balls, Brianna Wu leaving the left, Marjorie Taylor Greene in a cat fight with Laura Loomer. I love a Marjorie Taylor Greene cat fight. We'll see if we can get to that. We'll see if we can get to that. Again, we're at 21% of the dono goal. I need to redo the poll, don't I? I didn't even think about that. He's the oldest running candidate. Yeah, he is. He is. Yeah, 100% is. Yeah, no, I'm so done with. Usually, like, Trump just makes me laugh. Usually Trump entertains me greatly because he's like, the late great Hannibal Lecter, folks. He's coming into your country. He'd like to have you for dinner. Bro is Hannibal Lecter, and it's not funny. And I'm sick of it. I'm done with it, right? I don't want it anymore. I want to close the book on MAGA forever and just laugh at these assholes, right? If you ever see a fucking MAGA sticker on a truck in the future, you will drive by them and you will point and laugh in their face. They will forever bear that shame until they can scratch that accursed bumper sticker off of their car. Bonus content. Here we go. And we can laugh about the late great Hannibal Lecter. We can laugh about Kofefe. We can laugh about all the fucking memes. All the fucking memes of this guy. We can laugh about they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. And honestly, going forward, let's try to do something for people that are for people that are getting displaced from their houses, right? Look, not everybody getting pushed out of their house, getting, you know, who a little bit of perturbation in the housing market actually ends up with them becoming homeless. Not everybody like that is a foaming at the mouth racist, right? And we need to push our politicians. We need to push Kamala Harris to do something for the unhoused. Yeah, we should not put up with homelessness. It should not be allowed. There should be a war on homelessness instead of a fucking war on the homeless.
Okay. So for over 30 years, combating gender-based violence has been the cornerstone of President Biden's career. When Joe Biden was growing up, his father used to say to him that the cardinal sin was abuse of power. And that includes a man raising his...
So yeah, chat, I don't know, like as far as the, look, I got the poll, I was able to, I was able to rescue the poll from the last, that we did before the stream went down, right? It was 35% Brianna Wu leaves the left. It was 24% breathe into your balls, 22% AJW simps for Anna Kasparian, 20% MTG versus Laura Loomer. look, if we hit the sub goal, I will do my best to average these out, try to figure out something fair where we can add, this new poll that's going on right now. So go ahead and vote in that. If you haven't already, make sure to like the stream too. If you haven't, like if you came back in, right, you can re-like the stream now because the stream went down. So it's a new stream and we need your likes. So make sure to hit that like button as well. Yeah, make sure to get your votes in. I'll try to average those out. Again, we're at 21%. We're 1/5 of the way towards the dono goal. We get fully towards there, then we get some sort of thing that's going to just, because everything about this stream is like somewhat about the debate, which means it's somewhat about Donald Trump's demagoguing of this fucking Springfield, Ohio issue. And so I'm going to be kind of pissed off for like up until that point. I would love to end the stream on a good note. I would love to end the stream on like anything else, anything that is even Brianna Wu. Compared to this shit would be a palate cleanser. Breathe into your balls would be a palate cleanser. MTG would be a palate cleanser. Actual Justice Warrior would be a palate cleanser compared to this, right? I would love to end it on something else. So hopefully we can maybe hit that dono goal. If we do, I'll do my best to average things out. Yeah, like I'll add this poll to the last poll and divide it by 2, and we'll figure out like what wins. And we'll see what kind of bonus content we can get going for tonight, but only if we hit the dono goal. Remember, when you donate, to let me know which of these topics, Brianna Wu leaves the left, Breathe into your balls, MTG versus Laura Loomer, or AJW Simps for Anna Kasparian. Which of these topics are appealing to you? Which do you want to see? What do you think is going to be a good palate cleanser? What do you think is going to calm me the fuck down, right? Let me know which of the... or you could just say whichever one you want. I'm thinking of myself a little too much here, right? But let me know in the chat when you donate, whether it is a super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership, you're gifting memberships to other people. If you're signing up for Patreon, if you're donating to my Throne account, which is either down there or up there, depending on which stream you're watching on, or on Twitch. If you're getting yourself a sub, gifting subs to other people, gifting bits, hell, whatever you're doing that's a donation, you can let me know in the chat what you want that donation to go to, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choice, and you will actually help your favorite topic win the poll. You will guide us towards the subject matter that you're feeling would be an appropriate ending for tonight's, stream. Given what a fucked up stream it's been, given how mad this stuff is making me, right? And probably, I'm sure you in chat too. I'm sure there's other people in chat. One in chat if you're frustrated with this shit. One in chat if you're like worried about the people that are targeted by Donald Trump.
Hand to a woman or a child. When he was a young man and serving as a U.S. Senator, he saw how society looked away from violence against women. Few police departments had special victims unit. Many states had laws on the books that protected the abusers rather than the victims. More often than not, marital rape wasn't considered a crime. There was no national hotline to call. Women's shelters were referred to as indoctrination centers. All of this was completely unacceptable to Joe Biden. It's why in 1990, then Senator Biden wrote the landmark legislation, the Violence Against Women Act.
Okay, so this is a different subject. I know they get into this. Is it in the questioning, maybe?
And all that's been going on social media, the conversation around it, how the city managers had to reply.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate the Springfield, Ohio Department Police debunking this. This, again, very bizarre, hateful smear, and that is something that we appreciate. We should continue to come together as a country. We should not be tearing our communities apart. I'm sure that the community is dealing with a lot of incoming on this. It's unfortunate. Certainly not, I can't speak to the bomb threats and get behind that. There's an investigation that the local police are looking into.
Gorosum says, do I need an account for Throne? I'm not sure. I think can you just Cash App? Oh my gosh, Gorosum, thank you for reminding me. I am so bad about this. Wait, yeah, if you've got do I have that in? Oh, I do. Wait, no, do I? Oh, I don't. Oh my God. No, you just reminded me of something. Wait, why do I not have this? Oh, this is so frustrating. Here, let me grab it for you. There we go. Yeah, I do have PayPal and I do have Cash App. And if that's easier for you, then that is fine. I just like, I keep on copying the wrong set of links. I don't know why. Here, it's in support Irene under Patreon and Throne. I just saved it there. And then, oh, no, cancel. Changes saved. Put it here. There it is. Yeah, Girlsome, thank you for reminding me. I don't know. Yeah, again, like I've got
but we appreciate certainly the
I'm not even speaking in sentences now, Chad. I'm speaking in noises.
Ohio Police Department coming out right away in Springfield and saying.
But yeah, I put PayPal in there. I put Cash App in there if that's easier for you. If Throne works for you, I think you can do so anonymously without signing up for anything. I think I haven't used it myself, so I can't tell you for sure. But maybe somebody can tell me, right? And also, yeah, Patreon counts as well. All right, let's finish.
This is false. This is not true. Debunking this hateful, very hateful smear.
I wanted to ask you actually about another one from the debate.
Ophelia says, first commandment, he who smelt it dealt it. That's what I've heard.
Former President Trump refused to say plainly whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Has the White House fielded any calls from allies about this, what this could mean if he wins, a change in U.S. policy? Has it impacted any of the White House's work with counterparts in Ukraine?
So here's what I'm going to say. Look, I'm not going to...
do gifties get a vote too? Yes. We're not President Sunday, okay? So just so you know, right? If you've been in other streamers' chats before, some of those streamers, they only count super chats, right? I count gifties as well. I feel like that's like the nicest thing in the world. When you're thinking of other people, right? That's amazing, and that is they appreciate it, and I appreciate it. And honestly, it's the same thing as a super chat. It's the same thing, except for the difference is that people get exclusive content from that. So in some ways, is it better than a super chat? I don't know. I don't want to tell you what to do. If you like doing super chats, if you want to hear the little sassy voice, like read out your super chat, that's fine. I just try to have as many ways as possible to make it easy for people and just whatever way's easiest for them. So yeah, no, gifties work as well. Yeah.
Specifically to what happened at the...
How did President Sunday get his position? I don't remember voting for him. That's right. I think he stole the... we gotta stop the steal, chat. President Sunday is the product of an illegitimate election. I never voted for him.
What I will say is President Biden is president right now. And you have seen what he has done over the last more than 3.5 years. And he's always made sure that when it comes to foreign policy, we have diplomatic conversations. We try to rebuild those relationships that were pretty much soured by the last administration. We saw what the last administration did to our relationships across the globe. And as it relates to Ukraine and the war that they're fighting Americans, to give hate no safe harbor, and to bring the country together around our shared values, and to recognize and appreciate the unique strength that our diversity gives us as a nation. He says this all the time. Our diversity is our strength, and that's what we should be following.
On a related note, during the debate, Trump spread false claims and lies about immigrants eating pets in Springfield, Ohio. The city manager disputed those false claims, and today, City Hall was evacuated after a bomb threat was sent to city agencies and media outlets.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $10. The way Trump and the GOP has smeared Haitian immigrants is worrying. My sis-in-law is Haitian American and a school teacher, and my nephews are half Haitian. I really do want this to stop. AJWR.
I don't know what pronounced your please as but either way, I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add that to the AJW, which has now got a 16% boost, which really does put it in contention here. And, puts us in contention for hitting the dono goal tonight. It's about a third of the way there. So, Yeah, thank you, Issy Sanchez. And yeah, God. I mean, that just reminds you, chat, this is not an abstraction. And that's why I said that, like, look, there's two ways that I could take this. If I wanted to laugh and be cheerful, I could talk about how much Trump is hurting his campaign. I think he is. I think that him talking about people eating pets is like destroying his campaign. But it's pretty much destroyed. It's pretty fucked up already. But in addition to that, he's also putting people in danger. And so I can't laugh. I can't have fun with this. You know me. I love to be like the late great Hannibal. You know, I love Trump's nonsense. I sometimes when people come into Shorts chat and they're like, "Why do you hate Trump?" I'm like, "I don't hate Trump. He's hilarious, right? He's so entertaining, right? That's cheerful, you know, NCC that you all know and love. But you know, I can't be cheerful about this shit. It's really scary, and people are focused on the wrong things here.
Does President Biden believe Trump's words and rhetoric contributed to those threats today?
So look, I want to be super mindful. We are aware of the reports of a bombing threat, as you just stated, in Springfield, Ohio, at City Hall. Local police obviously is investigating the situation, and we encourage everyone to follow the public safety guidelines.
So chat, there's a bomb threat, and that motherfucker's doubling down. It hurts his campaign. But it also hurts real people. It also puts real people in danger. It also causes this shit to happen. This is stochastic violence. And just like on January 6th, instead of saying, like, hey, everybody calm down, like, don't do this, don't hang Mike Pence, Trump sat there and watched it on TV and continued the aggrievement, right? Up until he basically had to, you know, call it quits.
I don't want to speculate from here the source of the bomb threat, but I do want to take a step back. I think it's important that all of us take a step back here and just lean on the facts here. The Springfield, Ohio Police Department has debunked this very bizarre and very hateful smear that's out there. It is what is happening here is an attempt to tear apart communities and disrespect, let's not forget, also disrespecting law enforcement. And that is the opposite of what our country deserves. It is undignified and an insult to all of us as Americans, not just one community, but to all of us as Americans. And it is spreading filth that makes the lives of the communities that are being smeared here, it puts their lives in danger. And it is just hate speech. That's what it is. And some of the news organizations here have reported that some Haitian American, Haitian immigrants are fearing for their safety right now because of a result of conspiracy theory. This is what this is. So instead of leaders trying to bring us together around our shared values, which is something that the president believes and says all the time, as I just stated. And, you know, the president and the vice president, that's what they want to see. They want to see us come together in our shared values in a respectful way. And I will say one more thing, and I think if you guys could hear me out for 1 second, like maybe we should not have leaders who fall for fake internet conspiracy theories. We should think about that. Maybe we should not have leaders who do that. Our country deserves better. Okay.
Thanks. A follow-up there. Any message from the White House specifically to the residents of Springfield, Ohio?
Because of the bomb threat, or
and all that's been going on social media, and the conversation around it, how the city managers had to reply.
Yeah. Well, we certainly appreciate the Springfield, Ohio Department Police debunking this. This, again, very bizarre, hateful smear. and that is something that we appreciate. We should continue to come together as a country. We should not be tearing our communities apart. I do.
Gordosum says Trump is live right now in Tucson. Did you see the vid of Springfield residents laughing at the dogs and cats issues because of its absurdity? Oh, Swell, you're talking about in the school, right? Is that what you mean? It was like it looked like in a school. Like, right, they're watching it on like television as Trump says it on the debate, and people just burst out into laughter kind of spontaneously. People that live in Springfield. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I'm sure that the community is dealing with a lot of incoming on this. It's unfortunate. And certainly not, I can't speak to the bomb threats and get...
Discord link is broken.
The local police are looking into, but we appreciate certainly the Ohio Police Department coming out right away in Springfield and saying, this is false, this is not true, debunking this hateful, very hateful smear.
I wanted to ask you actually about another one from the debate. Former President Trump refused to say plainly whether he wanted Ukraine to win the war. Has the White House fielded any calls from allies about this, what this could mean if he wins, a change in U.S. policy? Has it impacted any of the White House's work with counterparts in Ukraine?
So here's what I'm going to say. Look, I'm not going to answer specifically to what happened at the debate. What I will say is President Biden is president right now. And you have seen what he has done over the last more than 3.5 years. And he's always made sure that when it comes to foreign policy, we have diplomatic conversations. We try to rebuild those relationships that were pretty much soured by the last administration. We saw what the last administration did to our relationships across the globe. And as it relates to Ukraine and the war that they're fighting because of Russia's aggression, you've seen the president's continued commitment to making sure that Ukraine has everything that they need to fight for their democracy, to fight for their freedom. And that's going to be continued, obviously the president's commitment and the vice president's commitment as well. They've done this as partners over the past 2 years, more than 2 years now. And so that is what matters right now in this moment. The signal that we're sending has been very clear to the brave people of Ukraine, to our allies and partners, that we are standing behind them and will continue to do just that.
Is there any update to give on the negotiations in Doha? There was a new statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu that definitely suggests that things are not going well.
So what I will say is that we are going to continue to work on this agreement. This is an agreement that will bring hostages out of Gaza. That's what we want to see. And obviously, as you know, some of those hostages include American hostages, and we're going to continue to do that under the terms of the deal that's now on the table. That's what we're focusing on. As you know, and we say this all the time, we're just not going to go negotiate in public. Okay.
Thanks, Irene. The President has both the Wilmington Summit and the meeting tomorrow with the British Prime Minister. I'm wondering if we can anticipate a press conference at either or both, since traditionally both would be kind of forums that we'd get to hear from the President.
So I don't have anything to share on the Quad Summit as far as a press conference component. I believe there is not one scheduled for tomorrow. But I can say that, the president obviously is going to continue to take questions from all of you, and I just don't have anything to share beyond administration and also from our partners and allies in doing just that. And that's what you could expect to see.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Karen. Following up on Springfield, you said that these...
On Springfield. Yep.
Yeah, this
Ohio.
Yep. Is, about migrants put lives in danger. So how concerned are you about a potential rise in threats or even hate crimes targeting migrants?
I mean, when you have national leaders spewing hateful or lifting up hateful rhetoric and bizarre smear that has been debunked, as I just stated when I answered this question moments ago, that is dangerous. That is, yes, we are concerned. It is dangerous. I mean, you all have reported how communities, specifically Haitian communities, are fearing for their life because of how this is being lifted up. And this is about tearing communities apart. And we deserve more. Our country deserves more than that. So there is a concern. Anytime you see this type of rhetoric, this hateful rhetoric, these types of smears, yes, it could lead to dangerous scenarios. And that's why if you are a national leader in this country, if you're a leader of any kind, you should condemn this type of rhetoric. You should condemn it. We deserve more. And again, I talk about our shared values. That's what the president wants. He wants to be able to let people to get together around our shared values. And that is what matters, and that is what is important for our country. Okay, Jackie.
Thanks, Irene. One more on the Trump hat. What did the president do with it? Did he keep it? Is he like saving it for a Christmas present for his least favorite staffer or something?
Oh, wow. Well, you've thought about that one. Least favorite staffer. I don't know. Maybe it's on my desk right now. I don't know.
Okay. On a heavier note, about the economy, there's a new analysis by the Republicans who are on the Congressional Joint Economic Committee. They looked at 7 battleground states, and according to their analysis, the average household is paying for the same basket of goods and services on average about $1,000 more per month compared to January of 2021. And the numbers are pretty stark in places like Nevada and Arizona. It's almost $1,200 a month. Georgia, it's $1,075 a month. North Carolina, $1,017. Has President Biden's policies positioned the vice president poorly in these states to win this election?
So I'm not going to get into the election. I'm not going to get into her path to victory and what it does for it's just not something that I'm going to speak to from here. What I can speak to is where we are now. Core inflation has gone down. That is important to note because of the work that they've been able to do. You see
okay, so that's what we got in terms of them talking about the that's what we've got in terms of the press conference talking about there was a bomb threat in Springfield, Ohio, due to Trump's anti-migrant rhetoric, no doubt. So it's putting people in danger. It's putting people in danger right now. And again, this is like what we should be worried about, right? This is not going to be an issue. The Springfield thing is not going to be an issue that Trump, is able to. It's not an issue of being worried about Trump winning with this, because he's actually hurting his own campaign. But on the road to hurting his own campaign, he's also hurting, real people in this town that are already, being targeted, right? And honestly, this has been going on ever since the bus crash, right? That's when stuff got really rough, right? That's when things got really nasty in Springfield, was when there was the inflation is hardly the issue, is profit. Yeah, exactly. It's greedflation is really what it is. Greedflation, it's, oh my God, chat. Like, I'm just going to have to go to Piers Morgan here. Again, I didn't expect to get this upset, but I am. All right, let's look at some other COPE.
Foreign policy, because he can show.
Wait, do I have the Hannity thing?
Commander-in-chief, you know what I'm saying? Because every military person knows you need to have the element of surprise. And Donald Trump's mouth.
Is this even the right one? I guess this was the one I wanted to watch first.
Talking about the cats and the dogs and the Haitian migrants.
He took the.
So here we go.
I feel good. All right, joining us now, he's on the set in the spin room himself. Did you have fun?
I had a good time. I think it was our best debate ever. I thought it was really good. We had 3 against 1, but I anticipated.
Let's talk about that. 3 against 1, and all of her radical positions they leave on the table.
Yeah. No, we had a lot of negative kind of stuff. Look, I saw on your
what he's saying there is that he doesn't like being fact checked, and he's trying to say that it's like debating 3 versus 1, right? He's debating 3 opponents instead of 1. When the truth of the matter is, all it's been doing is, like, when somebody says an obvious lie, and not just any lie, because there was lies that he said that didn't get pushed back on. There's also maybe like 1 or 2 things that Kamala said that weren't correct that didn't get pushed back on either, right? But when he says shit like they're eating cats and they're eating dogs, and the, journalists sitting at the table know that that's not true, they're like, no, Mr. President, that's actually not true. He's like, well, I saw it on TV. He's a fucking, there's Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you see Vivek right there? There's Vivek.
Last night, they had a
number 1 D writer, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Coverage on ABC, and I had 94% negative coverage.
93% negative.
I exaggerated.
You got an extra percent non-negative. As you were with her tonight, to think that we come out of...
Shane McGinnis says we are choosing the lesser of 2 evils, unfortunately. Look, I don't even think about it that way. Honestly, I don't even think about it that way. I think of it like this. You're choosing your opponent. You're choosing who you're going to push on when they get into the White House. Do you think you can push Trump? Do you think if you say, hey, Trump, let's say we stop the violence against the Palestinians, do you think he's going to listen? Do you think he's going to do anything? No. Kamala might. She won't for sure. She's not giving good signs. It's not sounding great. But there's a little bit of consideration. There's a little bit of her trying to put a fig leaf over that and say, like, yes, of course, like, protect people in Gaza, right? So that's somebody you can push on. That's somebody you can argue with. That's somebody that might do something good, or at the very least won't do something like what Trump is going to do, which is like green light extermination in Gaza, green light the assimilation, green light the annexation of the West Bank, right? This is what Trump will do. When he was in last time, he allowed the embassy to be moved to Jerusalem, an act that probably had something to do with, October 7th, causing October 7th, right? He also allowed the annexation of the Golan Heights. Trying to think, there's like one more thing. Well, obviously the Abraham Accords, which also contributed to the events that led up to October 7th. Right. So, we already know what Trump's going to do in there. It's going to be bad. It's going to be brutal. Julie with a 7 stream watch streak. Congratulations on that.
This debate, and we have
Vivek is the new Santos. I think so too. What vape tonight? Oh gosh. I'm out. I mean, almost out. Maybe I'm not totally out. I should check. What is the vape every time? It's THC and CBD. And who is my plug? It's Sam Cedar. Of course I go through Sam Cedar. Of course we're Sam Cedar people. Of course I'm a Sam Cedar chick. Of course I gotta eat the double chocolate chip. Sorry, chat. I had to give you the Costco guys meme.
No answer.
Do you think Sam knows about the Costco guys? Do you think Milos told him, or Saul has told him about the Costco guys?
Co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, $93 trillion. Yeah. I say the end of capitalism. To come out of this, government-run healthcare. And
no, I should have been like, I'm a MR chick. Of course I'm gonna vape the CBDs and THCs. Of course I'm gonna get my coffee from justcoffee.coop.
Answer to eliminating private health insurance.
Well, we brought them all up. Every one of the things that we brought it all up. And I also ended with, why hasn't she done it before? Why didn't she fix, she's there complaining. Why didn't she fix all these things that she's
willing to leave the stage and go home if she was going to go fix it in Washington?
No, you know what? I would have left. I would have said, go home and fix it. I'll leave with you, okay? But
I'll leave with you? No thanks. No thanks. He's like, I'll walk you home? No thanks. No thank you, Donald. No thank you.
She's not going to fix it.
Yeah, not to mention Project 25.
So she's complaining about all the stuff that's wrong with the country, and they've been there for 3.5 years. And I wanted to save that for my last little summation.
I love how he pretends that, like, there's no such thing as the Congress. There's no such thing as the Supreme Court, right? The executive branch. Well, then again, think about who this is. Think about what his plans are. Think about Project 2025. Like, He literally wants to fire civil servants. He literally wants to remove the guardrails. He's got a Supreme Court that's willing to let him run wild and do whatever the fuck he wants. So he's like, why can't Kamala just do like a unilateral like move? You know, just get the policies passed, because that's not how the fucking government works, jackass.
I actually mentioned in there too.
Yeah, and you know who else had 4 years in the White House? That's got a lot of shit that he says he wants to do? Trump. Why didn't you do any of that shit, Trump?
I thought it was a great debate. I think we showed the weakness, but the sad part is they're destroying our country. You know, when you get right down to it, good debate. I enjoyed it, but it's a very sad thing because our country is in decline. We are really being laughed at all over the world, and that's tough to take.
Do you think it's strange that somebody could support something as radical as sex change operations paid for by taxpayers for convicts and illegal immigrants, and for illegal immigrants free housing, health care, education, and not get asked a question about it?
But I brought it up.
You did bring it up.
Of course, they weren't so happy when I brought it up, but I brought it up. I brought up the fact that they're doing sex change operations on illegal immigrants, and those are expensive operations, and they shouldn't be done for a lot of reasons.
There were a lot of things said that weren't true about you tonight, that you would support a national abortion ban.
Yeah.
You've never said that.
I never said
that you support project.
Motherfucker said he was going to drain the swamp. That's right. He said he was going to drain the swamp. He is the swamp. He's the swampiest of the swamp beasts out there. He is Swamp Thing. He's the bog of eternal stench, yeah.
25. Correct. You never read it? I don't even know what it is either.
I don't want to read it.
Okay, number.
Yeah, executive orders. You can do those on some things, Willy Wonka. You can do those on some things. On something, the Supreme Court will overrule you. What do you think an executive order is, Willy Wonka? What do you think that is? What do you think that means? Do you think that means the president can be like, executive order, everyone stand on your head? Willy Wonka, why don't you stand on your head? Stand on, it's an executive order. This is an official act, Willy Wonka. This is an official act. I can't be held liable for any damage caused by telling you to stand on your head. All right. If you get dizzy because of that, not my fault, because the Supreme Court says executive official acts of the president, which I will now declare myself the president. Right. I'm the president. President, Bo Besident, Banana Fana Faux Pheasant, me, my Mo Mesident. I'm the president. There we go. That's how it works. I just declare myself president. I do an executive order, tell Willy Wonka to stand on his fucking head. He crumps up his Willy Wonka top hat, and now he looks like a Willy Frumpy Wonka. But I can't be held liable because the Supreme Court. Oh, it's a genius. It's a genius thing. It's a thing of beauty, truly. Truly a thing of beauty. Yeah, Willy Wonka, breakdance for me, bitch. Breakdance.
I took back my position on banning fracking. Yep. No, CNN fact checked that and said no. The mandatory gun buyback at the end of the debate, she lied about that too.
That's right. That's right. She wants to confiscate. I called her out on everything that you said. I think I got everything out. Now, with all of that being said, I was amazed because I really thought they'd be fair. I have to say, CNN a few weeks ago was sort of fair against Biden. Yeah. But this one was stacked. I figured it would be after watching 100.
You had live resistance. You didn't have a punching dummy. You did not have a walking corpse. A senile old man that can't put two sentences together. And so you feel better about how CNN treated you. Go fuck yourself. I like CNN better. They let me lie. I can lie all I want to. I can say that they're eating the geese, they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the gerbils, they're eating the parrots, they're eating everything.
% positive coverage.
They're eating everybody out here.
Of her. And she's done a terrible job as vice president. And look, she's the worst vice president we've ever had. She was the border czar, the worst border ever in the history of the world, not just in our country. And he's the worst president we've ever had.
So
they're destroying our country.
I'm very aware. And if we look at her tax plan, which is, okay, price gauging or gouging, and the largest tax increase not only in American history, but world history, her campaign is saying tonight, Washington Post is reporting, that she wants a second debate. What's your answer?
She lost. She wants it because she lost.
Do you have an answer?
Well, I don't know.
She kicked your ass into the next dimension, Donald. You got wrenched so fucking hard, and you know it. You could see it in his face. He knew that he lost, right? You have never seen a man like a Donald Trump as beat down as he was in that debate. She fucking cooked him. She cooked him. She sprinkled on the salt and the pepper and the paprika and the fucking everything. She just made a fucking Donald Trump roast. She roasted him like a goddamn goose. This man's goose is cooked. And he is coping so fucking hard. So fucking hard.
I have to think about it, but
look at this man coping like Willy Wonka in my shorts chat.
If you won the debate, I sort of think maybe I shouldn't do it. Why should I do another debate? She immediately said, we want another debate. That's, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to do another debate because you're going to get your ass kicked there too. You're a fucking criminal. You went up against a prosecutor and she fucking roasted you hard. She fried you.
You know what happens when you're a prize fighter and you lose? You immediately want a new fight. You
want a rematch.
You want a rematch.
That's not what the boxer says. You ever listen to the song The Boxer by Simon and Garfunkel? Punched him till he cried out in his anger and his shame. I am leaving. I am leaving. He doesn't want another debate because he knows what'll happen. He knows what will happen. He knows what's going to happen.
The guy that won is sort of...
He knows how bad it can be now, right? Nobody's ever fucking ragdolled this man like Kamala Harris, and I'm here for it. You want another debate? Do another debate. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. She's like she could go right now. If he was like, yeah, you know what I mean? They could get back on the stage. They could get back on the stage and she would fucking pummel him again. He's got no fucking shot.
Happy and thinking about it.
Would you be inclined to say yes, or you don't?
Grand Theft Autobot says his goose wasn't cooked. It was taken by one of his imaginary Haitian immigrants. Yeah.
On a fair network, I would do that. But
I think
a fair network. In other words, Newsmax or Fox, right? So now here's what he's saying now, chat. He's saying that he would do a debate, but he didn't even want the people that Fox News suggested, right? Fox News has, you know, they're willing to do a debate with people that are like a little bit less like in the tank for Trump, a little bit less far right. And he was like, no, I want Sean Hannity. I want Sean Hannity to be the moderator. Can you fucking imagine? I want Sean Hannity and Jesse Waters to moderate. That's what this dude said. That's what he's poison pilling it because he doesn't want another debate because he knows what the fuck will happen.
Hannity to moderate it.
Yeah, no, I think
he is slinking off with his tail between his legs.
Newsom and Ron DeSantis.
I think it would be fair. You would be fair, actually.
I would be
you
fair.
Want to know the truth.
You wouldn't talk about my crowd size. You wouldn't talk about my crowd size.
Let you both talk. I let you go at each other.
I thought they would be fair. They were.
That's what I did with President Sunday and Tyler, and Sunday fucking got mad at me for it.
But I felt very comfortable.
Yeah.
We have the best policy. She has no policy.
You know, one thing that interested me, because I've known you for a long time, and one of the things that I was watching in you tonight is that you were all business. You know, a lot of times when you're at your rallies or we do a town hall.
Sean, they're destroying our country.
Is that what it was? Is it the seriousness of the moment?
There's nothing to smile about. You know, I'm a good smiler, but there's nothing to smile about. They're destroying. We have 21 million people that have been released into our country, and many of them are criminals and terrorists and people
Laken
from
Riley,
mental institutions.
Rachel Morin, Jocelyn Nungary.
All dead.
Hannibal Lecter.
I list all these names
I know.
on the show.
Hannibal Lecter.
People raped, people victims of violent crime, names a lot of people never heard of. You've called Laken Riley.
Not to mention the victims of Hannibal Lecter.
I did. I was with them.
Who else you've met other families? You met the families of
I met them all.
Afghanistan.
Nungary. I met.
You met Nungary's family.
Yeah, I met 5 or 6 of them. Not even talking about the 13 soldiers that were killed in Afghanistan.
Daniel Laster, what are you fucking talking about? Corporations are telling us. You know what the corporations want? They want Trump. They want lowered taxes. They want to not have to compete with other countries. Because there's fucking, you know, and never mind the fact that it's going to cost regular Americans like between $3,000 to $4,000 more per year when he gets his fucking tariffs in and raises the prices on everything. They want this guy. He gives them everything they fucking wants. The millionaires and billionaires, they're on his side. What are you fucking talking about?
Afghanistan.
And he's not going to do anything about the exploitation of undocumented workers. That's going to continue. That's exploitation. He loves that. He's just going to demonize Haitians and get fucking people killed.
Families of the 13 soldiers, which Biden won't even talk to and he's the one that caused their death. Just as if he had a pistol in his hand, he and her caused their death.
What about the 67 people that died in Afghanistan during your administration, motherfucker? You're not going to talk about them?
Literally.
You want to say something to those families?
They had a gun in their hand.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. When you're in a situation like that, what is going through your mind? What goes on behind the scenes? How do you prepare for your debates?
Well, I think you sort of, I always say I've been preparing all my life for these debates. You know, you can't go in like she did. She goes into a room and she memorized lines, more or less. I thought I got one cute one. I'm talking when I said, I'm talking, when she started interrupting
Well,
me.
she said that to my
Again,
I'm speaking.
Even for that, you know,
Yeah.
that was not very nice what she did. But no,
Look, your fans are going to love that, but honestly, it didn't have a lot of impact. It's not quite the own that you thought it was, right? It's not anywhere close to the own that you thought it was. I mean, it was mid. It was fine. It was whatever, right? That's the probably best line you got. That's the best line you got. Everything else was just you getting fucking cooked up there. You getting roasted. You getting goosed by Kamala Harris.
I thought it was we're getting great reviews.
It's interesting that the one
We're
thing
getting great reviews. You want to see? You want to look at the flash polls? You're talking like 90-10, 80-20, 70-30 for Kamala Harris, right? The only people that are saying that Trump won are the diehard MAGA weirdos that are going to still have bumper stickers on their car after this guy is in jail, after this guy has an ankle bracelet, after this guy is no longer viable as a political candidate, and the Republican Party themselves moved the fuck on. And gladly so, because guess what? He made a lot of enemies in the Republican Party. They're not saying it right now while he's in power, while he has the power, right? They're not going to say it, but he is going to be a lame duck after he loses this November. He's going to be a lame duck, and they are going to swoop in and pick his bones clean. And he will be forgotten about in 3 years.
stuck out, it did make me laugh out loud, is when you said you're going to send her a MAGA hat. There are a lot of positions now, all of a sudden, she's come over to your side. She's been against the border wall. She's
Right.
been against...
There's only one problem.
Yeah.
If she ever won immediately from the day after that election, everything would go back to confiscate your guns and forget about oil and everything else. You know, they were cutting back on oil way back. They got rid of Anwar, the biggest oil site perhaps in the world in Alaska. They did things that are so bad and so destructive, but energy...
What about the Willow Project, Trump?
...started doubling up, and she immediately went back to the Trump plan. But I would have been now 4 times higher than they are right now, because that was 3.5 years ago.
Right.
When she cut it, she cut everything out. She went to wind and went to all this other stuff that doesn't work from an economic standpoint and even a visual standpoint. I don't get...
Look, he fucking hates wind. He's going to talk about windmills. She couldn't get him talking about windmills and how they're a graveyard for birds. And this guy cares a lot about birds, though. Isn't this weird? He famously hates dogs. I don't think he's ever had a cat, right? But he has like a thing for birds, strangely enough, right? And the goose thing, right? Is this a new lighting for your partition color? Yeah. Well, look, I can actually change. Look, you want to see this, chat? It's kind of amazing. I think I've shown this once before, but let me show you what we can do. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I don't know if you can see it on both screens, so I'll do it here as well. That pink and is that a good one? Pink and purple. Yeah, it's just it's LED lighting actually.
You take these gorgeous plains and deserts and all this stuff, they put these windmills up, they go up like a 30-story...
These gorgeous plains and deserts. So in other words, places with wind?
...building in some cases.
Gorgeous plains and deserts? Who the fuck says gorgeous plains and deserts? You know what's gorgeous? Like mountains, forests, rivers, valleys. That's gorgeous. What are you talking about, Trump? They're gonna ruin the gorgeous desert. It's so beautiful and austere out here. I totally love it. And they're gonna put windmills up and they're gonna harness the power of the wind. No, I want to burn more fucking dead dinosaurs to kill the planet faster. Fuck you.
Everything they cut.
Fuck you, old man. Fuck you.
And the environmentalists say, aren't they wonderful? But it's the most expensive form of energy, and it's never going to do for our country.
So if we look at the issues on the economy, on immigration, on law and order, on energy, and America's...
Yeah, it's Trump Quixote. The motherfucker's literally tilting at windmills, isn't he?
...in the world.
Yeah.
Bald eagles hate Trump. That's true. Oh, thanks for reminding me, Sinful Solutions. That's right.
Is there anything you could point to that you would say they have been successful on?
No. They have been unsuccessful at everything. And even the economy, I said, as part of the economy, you've let 21 million people, more than that, I think, with all the gotaways. That's killing our economy.
Terrorists, and we do have the murders and the rapes and the violent crimes.
Oh, and you haven't seen anything yet. Wait till you see it in the months to come.
You know what scares me, and I've said this on the air, is by having open borders, unvetted illegal immigrants, that I don't think it's a matter of if, I think it's a matter of when that this country's going to be attacked.
If you look at Springfield, Ohio, look at what's happening there. You look at Aurora in Colorado.
He's talking to Rubio. Yes.
The border, with foreign trade, with everything. And I think it was the best debate I've ever personally that I've had.
Is that why you have to come into the spin room to cope? Because generally, look, if somebody wins a debate, you don't see them do a cope stream, right? You know who does a cope stream? The loser. The person that loses the debate, they go on their stream and they tell you why they thought that they won. They try to disqualify their opponent. They try to say, they're bad. They're bad, even though they kicked my ass, even though they made me look like a complete ignorant fool, right? They somehow they are disqualified somehow. They're a bad person, right? That's what happens. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing right now. It's not working, right? Because you are a fucking target right now, sir. You just had a really bad debate and you're about to get roasted again. Check this out.
88 to 11. We're having a lot of great polls that just came out. They're polls, I guess, phone polls and lots of other polls, but you see the polls. A very important debate. Now, she wants to do another one because she got beaten tonight, but I don't know if we're going to do another one. I wouldn't mind.
Did she get into your head tonight, sir?
The polls are indicating that we got 90%.
So, yeah, they're asking, did she get into your head tonight, sir? He's not answering. What he's also not doing is he's also not like they're also going to ask him, like, where the fuck did you get those polls come from, right? Somebody on the other side was like, what are the sources for those numbers, sir? He doesn't answer because it's his ass. He literally reached up his fucking colon and he pulled out a dripping set of bogus numbers. And he's like, look at this. I got 90-10. I got 70-30. I'm winning the debate. No, you didn't. You got your fucking ass kicked. You got drubbed. You got beat harder than Biden, Trump.
60%, 72%, 71%, and 89%. So the polls are very good, but beyond the polls, I felt very good. I had a good time doing it. I hate to speak about our country so negatively, but that's what happened. They've ruined our country.
Yeah, if you're explaining, you're losing. That's true, too.
I hope you're all having a good time, but it was a very interesting evening. Yeah, go ahead.
If you're so confident you won tonight, why are you here? Why not let the performance speak for itself?
Well, I think
exactly. Why are you even here?
I made an obligation to a couple of people that I'm going to do their show. But it was I thought it was a great night.
Mr. President, you talked to...
I have no idea.
Mr. President, when Republicans are complaining about moderators, does that mean that it wasn't a good night? Were you not prepared?
No, I thought the moderators were very unfair, but it basically was 3-on-1. But I thought they were very unfair.
Look at that sad security cop.
Everybody did. But despite that, they're saying that the debate was a big debate.
Were you prepared for that kind of debate?
Yeah, I assume the moderators would be bad because that right there is the worst of all the news networks, in my opinion, and it always has been. Yeah.
Why will you commit to a second debate
with Kamala Harris.
She wants a second debate because she lost tonight very badly. So they immediately called for a second debate because they lost. So we'll, think about that. But she immediately called for a second. Look, we're looking at polls. We're looking at polls. The worst poll that we've had was 71 that I see, 71% to like 24 or 25%. Well, we'll look at it. But
All right, Whit. So if you still have me, he's walked a little bit away from our camera. Now he's at the edge there. You won't be able to hear him well. But one of the things you did hear was a question just asked by our Catherine Folders asking, why not commit to another debate if you believe that you won? He said he believes he won this debate. But then he was also asked, why be here in the spin room spinning about this debate if it's a debate that you believe was a clean win? We're going to try to get you as close as we can to Donald Trump, but I don't think you're going to be able to hear. Let me try to get my mic in there and see if you can hear Whit if you're still going through my camera here.
I
thought it was my best. I had great debates. I thought this was my best.
Izzy Sanchi, super chatted $5. Kamala leads Trump nationally after debate by 5 points, as per an article by...
I saw that. Yeah. I've actually got a video on that. I'm trying to see, chat. I feel like I'm going to have to stream tomorrow. I'm not going to get a day off. Thank you for the $5 super chat, by the way, Izzy Sanchi. That brings us up to 36%. We are more than 1/3 of the way towards the dono goal. And wait, Izzy, you voted for AJW last time, so I'm guessing that's where you want it again in the AJW. And Trump says Izzy is fake news. Izzy is fake news. Izzy is lying to no comment chick. Of course, Trump is ahead by 5 points.
Well, I thought she was not very good tonight. She didn't protect the vice president. He's, the office of the vice president, and
She didn't protect the vice president. I know somebody else who didn't protect the vice president. I'm trying to remember, right? There was some vice president who people were saying they should hang, and there was somebody that was not there to protect him. There was somebody actually directing stochastic violence at that man. I can't remember who it was, though.
If you take a look at it, she was terrible with respect to the president. She's trying to get herself away from Biden, and she wasn't able to do that tonight. I think it was a big thing. They wanted to disassociate with Biden, and they weren't able to do it. What did you think about the president?
You know, that would have been a good line of attack, but you actually didn't use it. You actually didn't use it, right? There was a lot of lines of attack, right, that you didn't get to use because you were too busy defending your bullshit Wharton business school shit. You were too busy defending your crowd size, right?
Mr. President.
You got distracted and you fucking lost.
Mr. President.
Because she dragged you around by your ego. She held you like a marionette puppet, and she fucking ragdolled you. Let's be honest. Trump got ragdolled. They were saying hang my pants. Yeah.
Yeah, I have nothing to do with Project 25.
What did you think of the moderator's fact checking you throughout the debate?
Well, I think the moderators were very unfair. I actually think they were just
All right. So, Whit, if I could just tell you what we're seeing, because it's probably still hard to hear him. Donald Trump has entered.
Anyway. Chat, there's a lot more here. There's a lot more here. That's why I'm saying I think I'm going to have to, I think I'm going to have to stream tomorrow to cover some of this stuff. I owe you, at the very least, Piers Morgan, okay? I actually have 2 Piers Morgan debates for you, but we're only maybe going to get through 1, right? I also owe you potentially bonus content. And as much as, like, you know, oh my god, Morbius Dragon, thank you for the gift membership to Morbius Dragon. I've never seen it like that before, but yeah, you just gifted yourself a membership. Morbius Dragon, you've just been weaseled. And that's a good thing. And that's a nifty trick, too. And that brings us up to a grand total of 39%. Almost 40% of the... Wait, I'm trying to think of the fraction. I'm trying to do fractions in my head here. Anyway, I kept track of the... Look, like, our stream went down. You know, this was kind of a cursed stream tonight. Right, I got mad. I'm still upset. I'm more worried than anything. Like, I'm really worried for Haitian people in Springfield, right? I feel like Trump just basically drew a target on their back. We've got Piers Morgan. I wrote down the poll numbers from the last poll. I'll combine them with this poll if we hit the bonus, if we hit the dono goal, and then I'll add your remember when you donate to let me know in chat which of these topics you want to see next, right? And I'll be sure to put your money where your mouth is. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to just throw it back to the voters and have the vote count for more and the poll count for less. Let's get to the Piers Morgan.
The hook, he took.
I promised you this.
He took the entire frickin' boat.
No, my relative.
It just happens. Morbius Dragon says it just always happens. It always goes out like that.
She also had the hosts on her side.
It was his failure to jump in and get the answers he wanted.
He didn't take the bait while she was sneering and jeering.
Did we really need to bring Captain Hook into this?
If we want to go for a round two, I say, as a staunch Trump supporter, bring it on.
Well, Donald Trump and his supporters have rightly complained for weeks that Kamala Harris is dodging questions on her record, her platform, and her litany of U-turns. Last night was a massive opportunity to ask those questions and to land a decisive blow in the race for the White House, but Trump didn't take it. Harris laid out a series of glaring traps for the former president, and like a cartoon mouse distracted by the cheese, he became ensnared by all of them. Right off the bat, she was asked a simple question about the economy and responded with babble.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people.
Yarg, says Aaron James. Aaron James, you are a pirate.
What does any of that really mean? But Trump didn't capitalize on that word salad. In fact, he allowed Harris to deflect and distract him all night in a way he wouldn't normally allow to happen.
Why does the right wing have so many cartoon characters? Good question. And super villain, like comic book villains too, right?
When Harris was pressed on the crisis at the border, which should have been a home run for Trump, she snared him with rage bait about his rallies, and it worked.
She baited him good. Here, let's combine chats. Sound good?
He will talk about windmills cause
cancer. Let's everybody in the night in the same chat.
Is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
That people don't leave my rally.
Chat, we've got literal Craigslist ads, like trying to recruit people into Trump's rallies, right?
We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation.
In fishing parlance, Kamala put out the rod and caught a big one. Remember, at that point, they were supposed to be debating Kamala's record on immigration. Instead, she got exactly what she wanted. Trump was visibly irritated and never really got unirritated. Well, today the big headline on immigration is that Trump repeated a crazy story about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. On abortion, where polling shows that Trump is weakest, he ranted about babies being executed after 9 months.
I think that Pierce is just sad that nobody wants to eat him.
Not until the very end of the debate, in his closing statement, did Trump deliver the message he should have been hammering all night.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about. Why hasn't she done it?
That was the line, which she should have hammered for 90 minutes. Americans felt richer and the world felt safer when I was in the White House, he should have said. You guys have been asleep at the wheel. But it was too little too late. Harris was the clear winner. Today there's a lot of talk about the apparently biased ABC News moderators, and I think Trump has a point. They roasted him with barbed questions and rabidly fact-checked him throughout.
Rabidly?